Honorable members, may we please have every one of us seated. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chief Whip, Honorable Ntuli. Good morning, Honorable Sangoni. Good morning, Honorable Nhlanhla. Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Breitenbach, good morning. Good morning, Honorable Malema. Good morning, Honorable Bangazi Mwango.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Sols. Honorable James, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Morning, Chairperson.
Honorable Shongwe, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning to you, SC and Advocate Zikalala. Good morning, Lieutenant General Dimpane.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the committee
Thank you so
members.
much. Good morning to you and your team. The staff of Parliament, good morning to you, and members of the media who are here with us. You had a very hectic week last week, but you are still able to join us here. We very much appreciate your presence here. Mr. Khoza, good morning to you. And I want to take this opportunity and hand over to you to do the welcome here. When you have done the welcome, you will officially hand over this venue to us, because once you hand it over, the rules of Parliament must apply. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee and committee members. It is an honor and a privilege for us as correctional services to host Parliament. So we are very excited that the Parliament came to the people, it came to correctional services. So I am Emmanuel Khoza, the Deputy Commissioner, Area Commissioner of Koshimampuru II. I am responsible for the entire complex in ensuring that all South Africans are safe. So I am standing in here on behalf of my National Commissioner Makgoti Tubakhala. He appointed me to make sure that I host you and I take care of you for the entire week. So I'm very happy that you are all on my hands for the entire week. So I must be able to indicate that for us, we have 4 correctional centers here, which in the old language used to call for prisons. So I'm responsible for the 4 prisons in here and 2 outside the management area. And we want to invite you to come and buy furniture from us and also have other events hosted in this venue. So without wasting much of the time, I must be able to indicate that we have the environment that is very secure. You are very safe. Feel free, relax. We are going to make sure that we provide the hospitality to you and making sure that the parliament runs smoothly. At the back where we have 2 sliding doors, we have ablution facilities. The restroom for males is in my right-hand side. The females are in the left-hand side. For the media and community members that are here. We also, in my far right, we have also a sliding door that goes out to the restaurant where we are going to be providing the catering. And then when you are in there, you turn left, there is where the ablution facilities and the restrooms for the committee members and the chairperson. So we have 3 rooms that are available for the consultations for every member of the committee and the chairperson, as well as our guests that are here. So we want you to enjoy the warmth of a correctional facility. What we can also indicate is that we have a router that is available. I will be providing the number of the router on that whiteboard so that it can be accessed easily. So we don't be surprised that the router starts with DCS. DCS is Department of Correctional Services. So we can guarantee you that it's not going to be hacked. You can utilize that for the entire session. So for emergency services, all the exits are in. There's 1 in your right-hand side, 2 at the back, 1 in your left-hand side, and the assembly point is outside the main entrance next to. You will see that there is an ambulance as well as there is also a mobile toilet. That is where our assembly point is in case there is fire or there is any other emergency. But we are very sure that there will not be something strange that will be happening. So we can also indicate that we around outside we've got members of the security cluster. We have sufficient parking for everyone, and we were expecting a public to can able to access our facilities. So we want to make use of this opportunity to thank the chairperson and the committee members for agreeing to be hosted by Correctional Services in order to demonstrate the capacity that we have. Now that I had already sold ourselves as a service provider, I wanted to hand over the facility formally to the parliament and say, Chairperson, this is your venue from now on up until you hand it over back to us. On that note, thank you very much for the opportunity. We are very excited to host you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khosa, for the warm remarks and the warm reception that you have given us here at Koshimampuru Correctional Facility. Thank you so much. For members of parliament and members of the public, this is where we will be conducting our business this week, starting today with the appearance of General Dimpane, And then the next witness, Mr. Matala, will appear from tomorrow. And that will be the work of the committee for this week. We are here, members of the public, at the foot of the Mogale Mountains, in a city that was established in 1855 called Pretoria. And today the area is commonly known as Tshwane, named after a river which runs from the bushveld up to the southern side of the settlements. This area is synonymous with our revolutionary combatants like Solomon Mahlangu, Stanza Upape, and many other revolutionaries that have emerged. Is also part, especially this facility where we find ourselves, part of our heritage, that the son of King Squati of the Bapedi, Kgosi Mampuru II, was paraded naked here, Honorable Skosana, before he was hanged. Paraded naked before he was hanged in 1883. This is the land of the people of Mukize, people of Maimane, people of Moerane, and later Mogale. The Bakhatla who were in the Mabana Matshwana complex, the Bakhatla ba Mocha, ba Makau, ba Manana, ba Msetla, ba Khafela. This is the land of the Ndebele of Manala and the Ndebele of Nzunza, Mabena, and Mahlangu respectively. The land of the Ndebele of Kekana, who are today in the northern part of this republic. So with those remarks, I want to officially welcome you here and get ourselves ready to start the business of the day. We will start by checking if we have apologies, Bonani. We don't have any apologies received for recording. Honorable members, is there any amongst you who wish to submit apologies? I don't see any. Welcome, Honorable Mathais, and good morning.
Good
Thank you
morning,
so
Chair.
much.
Did I say good morning, President?
SC, may we please confirm that our guest is the witness that we have expected?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, media, members of the public, and colleagues. This morning, may I just, you ask for apologies, may I ask for Maria to be formally excused from the sitting here this week. You know that she would be busy with some other important work on behalf of the committee. Witness this morning is Puleng Patricia Dimpane, who's the Chief Financial Officer at SAPS, and her evidence will be led by Ms. Lerato Sigalala this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant General Dimpane.
Good morning, Chair.
Lieutenant General Dimpane is yourself.
Lieutenant General Puleng Dimpane is myself, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are going to proceed this way. I will have to administer oath before I hand over to the SC and yourselves to lead evidence. Before we administer oath, let me read the following to you that you have been invited to appear before this.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Malum.
I wanted to check where the screens, because the screen,
the screens.
Yeah, we can't see you. That's how Parliament works.
Can somebody respond to that question?
Chair, I will do that, Chair. Honorable Malema, as usual, money has been eaten. Thank you.
Is there anybody who is able to respond to the question?
Chair, Mr. Malema is wearing a suit today, so the screens are quite important for him today.
Chair, when you come from KwaZulu-Natal, you might not be able to differentiate between a screen and a camera. If a camera is here, there's no need for a screen. But for the purpose of proceedings, you need a screen. Thanks.
Yeah, but the chief whip speaks about the suit you are wearing. What do you say about the suit?
No, I didn't want to be confused with the residents here.
We are sorry, the screens, we do have the screens in the room, but we did not know that we needed to connect them, and we think we can connect them during the break because it will take some more minutes to connect them. Thank you.
Mister, are you coming from Parliament? I wanted to check if he's coming from Parliament. Is the person from Parliament? Are you coming from Parliament? Can the person from Parliament come here and explain why there are no screens here?
Good morning. My name is Sizwe. From Broadcasting. Sorry, we're only deployed to broadcast on YouTube. which is what we are doing. Screens are another department. We're not informed of that. But the gentleman from here has made an arrangements. We can provide him the feed and then he can display it on the screens. Thank you.
Look, we will live with your explanation, but it is inadequate because we have been told that you sent a team here about 2 weeks ago to make an assessment of this facility. And the fact that the GCIS official has confirmed that there are screens available here, they will be connected during break, means that it's something that your team, when it was here, was supposed to have taken care of that. We will accept that as an omission on your part, and you will find a way to correct it. I don't think you must be crucified for that. But it must be a learning experience to you that this is one aspect that you should have checked when you came to do a visit here in the past weeks. Honorable Mathis, is your hand up?
Yes, Chair, just quickly, they reported that they've only been procured to broadcast on YouTube. Does this mean our proceedings are not on the Parliament channel, on DSTV? Or is it just YouTube? Because YouTube costs people data opposed to DSTV, just for clarity.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
No, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to request to check on our behalf because the person in front of us says she is Puleng Dimpane. In the statement, it's written Patricia Dimpane. So if you can check on our behalf if Puleng Dimpane and Patricia Dimpane is the same person. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yes, can we deal with that question of public interest? Whether the proceedings are streamed live on a Parliament channel. It's like I'm talking to myself.
Sorry, Chair, it's all Parliament platforms, including 408 and...
So the public are able to follow the proceedings from here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Look, this is something that you will agree with me that is something that we do not have to do. We don't have to delay proceedings having to deal with matters like this. Lieutenant Dimpane, what are your full names?
Thank you, Chair. I am Lieutenant General Puleng Patricia Dimpane.
Puleng Patricia Dimpane.
Yes, Chair.
Are you fine, honorable members? Honorable Malim, Honorable Nhlanhla, may we proceed? Thank you so much. Let me make those statements that I wanted to make before oath is administered. That you have been invited before this ad hoc committee, which is investigating allegations that were made by Police Commissioner in the KwaZulu-Natal province, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, on that day of 6 July 2025. The purpose is for you to assist the committee in its oversight work. You will be expected to give a testimony here. The allegations include, among others, unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, the PKTT, or NPKTT, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS, an alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. Lieutenant General Dimpane, in extending invitation, the Ad Hoc Committee Chairperson has indicated to you that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004. And please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. Please note that you are, however, protected in that the evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament. And that is why we had to declare this facility a parliamentary precinct before we proceed. Except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Once again, please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, any person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or imprisonment to a period not exceeding 2 years. You will be required to take an oath or affirmation. Which one do you elect?
I will take an oath, Chair.
Thank you so much. If you choose to take an oath, you will then follow me as I dictate. You say "I" and mention your full names.
I, Lieutenant General Puleng Dimpane,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. We are done with this part. I'm handing over to you, SC, and I want to wish both of you good luck in leading evidence. We shall run until we break at 13 hours.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. As indicated earlier, my colleague, Ms. Sikalala, will lead the evidence of General Dimpane this morning. Thank you.
Or is it your Advocate Zikala?
Good morning, Chair. Yes.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good morning, committee members. Good morning, General Dimpane.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm okay, and you?
I'm all right, thanks. I just want to deal with one matter of housekeeping in relation to General Dimpane's statement. Can I just confirm that members have before her statement, but it was also accompanied by a set of annexures. I understand that those annexures are made available electronically. Can I just get confirmation that the electronic annexures have been made available? Okay. General Dimpane, I see that you have brought some people with you from the SAPS. Could you introduce them to the committee?
Thank you, Chair. I do have Major General Ramorena Tswai from our legal department in SAPS. Next to her, It's Major General Matlo. She's the Chief Risk Officer in SAPS. Then I have Brigadier Fansel. He works in my office and responsible for budget management in my office. Then I have Warrant Officer Lekau, who is assisting me with driving as well as protection duties for the CFO.
Thank you. General Dimpane, maybe as a way of kicking off, you stated paragraph 7 of your statement that you joined the SAPS in 2007 as a lateral hire. Can you talk us through your background and how you got to be the Chief Executive Officer?
Thank you, Chair. I joined the South African Police Service in 2007 as an internal auditor. It was an appointment that is called a lateral appointment. At that time, I was a senior superintendent. The current rank is a colonel. And I worked in the Free State when SAPS was establishing its internal audit units across the country. I was then appointed to head the unit in the Free State province. I was promoted as a brigadier to then head the finances in that part of the province. It was a provincial head finance. And I then also until 2015, I headed the finances in the Free State SAPS. In 2015, then I got an opportunity to be appointed in a provincial government department, still in the Free State as a CFO. The post that I only occupied for a year, and then I was reinstated back in SAPS in 2016 as a Major General, occupying the post, then it was called the Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for physical resources, until 2019 when I was promoted, took up the post of the Chief Financial Officer in head office in Pretoria.
Thank you. At the time of your appointment as the Chief Financial Officer, who was the National Commissioner at the time?
It was
Take us through what is the relationship between you as the CFO and that of the National Commissioner?
The National Commissioner is the accounting officer of SAPS. He's the DG. He's the head of this department. And the PFMA dictates that the accounting officer should appoint a CFO to assist him or her to execute his responsibilities or her responsibilities as outlined in terms of Part 2, Chapter 5 of the PFMA. So I'm appointed precisely to execute those responsibilities and assist the accounting officer in this regard. So I report directly to the accounting officer as the Chief Financial Officer.
Okay. So the National Commissioner is the accounting officer in terms of the PFMA, and you are there to be able to support the role of the National Commissioner. Can you, it's already outlined in your statement, can you take us through the various things that you are responsible for as then the Chief Financial Officer reporting to the National Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. As indicated, I'm appointed and assigned responsibilities to assist the accounting officer in terms of those responsibilities that are outlined on Chapter 5 of the PFMA, Part 2. My responsibilities include budget management. I oversee the budget of the entire SAPS, expenditure management for the entire organization across the country, bookkeeping as well as reporting the financial statements are my responsibility. I also coordinate the audit issues that will include the Auditor General activities for the department. I'm also responsible for compensation services. This is managing the issues such as salaries, debtors, allowances for the entire organization. I'm also responsible for internal control as well as issues that talks to governance. I participate in the audit committee. I also chair the combined assurance. I worked very closely with the internal auditors, including the Office of the Chief Risk Officers. All the governance structures I am responsible for or oversee, because to assist the accounting officer in terms of the duties that are outlined in Chapter 5.
So just taking you now to paragraph 8 of your statement, do you want to just maybe, if you want to read it into the record, you wanted to clarify really what is your role with regards to the approval of expenditure and so on? You can read it from the record or you can explain.
Yes. While I oversee financial operations, it is crucial to understand that my role does not extend to operational decisions. Operational decisions are taken by the relevant program managers that are responsible for operations and ultimately with the National Commissioner. I am not responsible for contract awards, or I do not have any direct involvement in supply chain management prior to the recent changes in terms of the structural changes. My function is to confirm that funds are available and to ensure that there is compliance to financial prescripts. I do not approve expenditures in the sense of initiating specific projects, task teams. Instead, I make recommendations as well as ensure and confirm financial viability. The only approvals I make relates to the activities that are within my division. My division is called Financial Management Services.
So as I understand what you're saying from paragraph 8 is that you are responsible for at least the definition of financial management services.
Yes.
But in relation to things such as contract awards or what operational decisions are taken, those operational decisions sit elsewhere, is that correct?
Yes. Historically, the division supply chain management was not integrated into the CFO's office. This is a separate division that is managed by Lieutenant General Fani, who is currently the divisional commissioner, and he reports directly to the National Commissioner. However, I wish to state that since May 2025, a new organizational structure has been approved, and this organizational structure then amends the reporting lines of the division supply chain management to be reporting directly to the CFO. However, this new organizational structure is yet to be implemented. This is pending processes that are unfolding gradually within the relevant restructuring committees. The implementation is ongoing and gradual. Therefore, for most of the period under discussion, supply chain management was a distinct function and it remained so pending the integration. My current performance agreement that I have signed with the National Commissioner as I report to him reflects my duties relating only to financial management services, not supply chain.
Yes. And if the committee had the benefit last week of hearing from Lieutenant General Fani in relation to issues of supply chain management, and also had the benefit of being able to see the organizational structure. And he also confirmed in his evidence that he reports directly in relation to supply chain issues to the National Commissioner, and you report directly in relation to finance matters to the National Commissioner.
Correct.
So, how your evidence before the committee has been structured is that you deal with essentially 3 themes. You deal with the approval and budget allocations in relation to the PKTT, which is the next topic that we're going to discuss. The second topic is you deal with your interactions with the minister, in particular Minister Mkhwanazi. And then the third topic, you deal with the point at which your department interacted with the health risk management contract.
Correct.
So maybe then as an overview, can you broadly give the committee an indication of how the budgets are structured or allocated within the SAPS?
Thank you, Chair. The budget as well as resource allocation follows a program structure. We have 5 programs. Program 1 that deals with everything to do with administration within the department. Program 2, which is our biggest program within our budget structure, that deals with everything to do with visible policing. Program 3, that deals with crime detection, that will include DPCI. And we then have program 4 that deals with matters that relates to crime intelligence, with the last program being program 5 that deals with protection services, that includes VIP protection. So these are the 5 main budget programs. They do have sub-programs within them. And after those sub-programs, then you will have relevant divisions, you'll have units in this regard. So that is how our budget structure in terms of programs is outlined.
Yes. So I understood you to say that program 2 is visible policing.
Yes.
Is that where task teams would be located?
That is where task teams, intervention teams, as well as project teams will be located. There is a National Operation Coordination Center that runs almost all the interventions, the task teams, as well as operations sitting within program 2.
So when you're trying to then allocate a budget in relation to task teams, or maybe we can take one step back, what is the manner in which you allocate to task teams as opposed to various units and other things that you have within the SAPS?
We do have a formal allocation methodology where we will then allocate the budget to all cost centers, but specifically to the task teams, we allocate to the National Operation Coordination Center or to a cost center that will be determined by the accounting officer in this particular regard. So all these operations, task teams and interventions are then coordinated nationally through the National Operation Coordination Center. However, there might be instances where the National Commissioner will then establish a task team or an intervention team and direct you to say the funding could be given to a specific province to deal with that particular task team or to manage it. But in the main, the budget is allocated at the National Operation Coordination Center.
Okay. And so the budget allocations for the PKTT would come then from whatever budget is made available in that National Operation Coordination Center?
It will be clearly indicated. There are various task teams, various operations as well as interventions that will be allocated. I have heard the latest to say it is 11 of such interventions. It will be allocated, it will be clearly indicated. However, when the task team started in 2018, the budget was allocated to the province, and over the years then it was allocated to the National Operations Center.
So can I just confirm, when you're talking about 2018, are you talking now about the PKTT?
Yes.
So that's the 2018-2019 budget period?
18-19 budget, yes, at inception.
Yes. And so that initial budget was drawn, as you say, from provincial?
It was allocated nationally. It's a special allocation. It's not part and parcel of the baseline allocation of the province. It will be a special allocation. We would then establish a project code on the system to be able to track the expenditure as well as to be able to can predict the allocations linked to that particular task team.
Okay. So how many task teams do you have in the SAPS at the moment?
If I am correct, I have read somewhere that the latest is 11. 11, it's task teams / operations / intervention teams.
And in your witness statement, to focus more sharply on the issue of the PKTT and the budget and how it's been allocated over the past few years, in your witness statement, you begin to detail how the budget has been allocated. Can I ask you to, maybe for a globular view, can we turn to page 15 of your witness statement.
Okay, is it paragraph 15?
Page 15, it's table A.
Okay. Yes, I have table A.
So, can you discuss or explain to the committee what table A is intended to explain?
Okay. When I was invited to the committee chair, I was requested to provide expenditure trends for the PKTT since inception. And I was also requested to provide a comparison in terms of the PKTT and other existing task teams or intervention teams. So I have two tables. I will start with table A. This is expenditure items that were recorded for the PKTT for the different financial years since inception. You will note that the first
General
year.
Dimpane, let me maybe slow you down a little bit. You say these are expenditure items and these need to be differentiated from the allocations.
Yes.
So can you just explain what that means?
On table A, it only depicts the expenditure items. These are expenses that have been incurred since inception by the PKTT. To this end, 435 million has been spent in this regard. However, you will note that on the annexures that I have provided that supports my statement that I was also requested to provide the budget approvals in this regard. So I do have the budget approvals that I have referred to on my statement. If I am to take you through.
Can I just go back to those annexures that are in your statement? Those are those information notes over the particular years?
Yes, and allocation letters as well.
So those information notes, they depict essentially what is allocated.
Yes.
But what this table is showing is the actual expenditure that eventually then goes through.
Yes, correct.
So at the top, the overall figure you have at table A is that to date, there's been 435 million spent on the PKTT.
Correct.
Can you speak or at least discuss how that has been broken down over the particular years and what the various expenditure items are?
Okay. As indicated, table A will then depict expenditure items that were recorded for the PKTT. And I must indicate that these are the direct controllable costs that we utilize as and when we allocate funding to the various intervention teams. These are the figures that we will then utilize. You will note that since 2018-19 up to this year, September, in the last column, that your biggest cost driver in terms of the work of this team would be on the line item called overtime as well as travel and subsistence, in the main, the accommodation. The members of the team may not necessarily come from KwaZulu-Natal. It will be members that come from head office and elsewhere, and you need to then accommodate those members and pay the accommodation fees. They do work overtime. That is why you will see those two line items being a little bit on an increased trend. You do have a few items there in terms of their incidental costs, as well as from time to time those that will require to travel, they will then travel. When you look at the last year, 25-26 on overtime, you will note that there is a zero. It does not mean that the team has not performed and claimed overtime. We will soon be processing their claims, and there will be an expenditure in relation to this financial year. So they are continuously working, currently working, and I am certain that those claims are currently being processed, and you will soon then record expenditure in that regard. So overtime, travel, as well as issues of their meals will be the line items that you will note a bit of an increase in terms of those expenditure items.
So just to take you back. These various expenditures are the expenditure items that have been incurred over the past 6 years throughout the lifespan of the PKTT, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've highlighted the overtime as one of the big expenditure items from the team. Can you talk to me? I see, when I look at the table, I see that travel and subsistence, then there's for accommodation, food and beverage incidental costs, and air and road travel. And they seem to make up the first 4 also big expenditure items that arise from the team.
Yeah, that is correct.
Is that, and this is my layman understanding, is that because the team is not a formal structure and it's drawing from different provinces, or is there a reason why that travel and subsistence is such a big expenditure item?
As I indicated, when the operational environment would agree or pick up crime patterns or crime trends in an area, any area in the country, and they sit and discuss and analyze and come to a conclusion that we need to go and stabilize that situation. Sometimes they will use the local guys, sometimes they will then deploy from all over the country based on the decisions as well as the approvals in this regard. The members of this task team are from across various environments, and you need to accommodate them as and when they go and operate in KwaZulu-Natal or operate elsewhere in the country. And you need to also ensure that there is food as well as S&T that is provided for them. And they do work hard, they do claim overtime in this particular regard. So it's not anything that is strange. This is how the work of the police is done. This is how the task teams as well as those interventions. And those task teams would have been established for a specific period to go and achieve a specific outcome. So they are temporary in nature, these interventions as well as these task teams. They are not permanent. They are established for a specific period, they are established for a specific purpose, and there will be cost estimates that will then be submitted to the National Commissioner, and the submission will come to us to confirm if funding is available. Of course, as the finance team, as myself as the CFO, occasionally there is a need for me to comment or raise concerns in relation to this. You will note that over the years...
Let me just ask you a question before you pivot in relation to that. What I'm trying to ascertain from you is the expenditure trend that we see here. Is that an expenditure trend that you would see if the team was more permanent rather than it being a task team? Or is it an expenditure trend that is one that is like this because you're dealing with an informal structure where members are coming in and out at various points?
If it was a permanent team or permanent unit, let's say for instance, it is established in KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm making an example, then you will not have an expenditure line item that is called accommodation, because members will be permanent, they will be staying in their homes. You will not see expenditure items that talks to issues of meals, because the members will be permanent at home. Safe to say that perhaps from time to time they will be required to travel elsewhere to another province on investigation, and then you will see those accommodation costs coming up if they are required to travel out of their normal station in this regard.
So obviously whether the team is a permanent or a task team is not a decision that's made by finance. It's just in relation to noting this particular expenditure trend.
It is not a decision that is made by finance. It is a decision that would be made by the accounting officer, having consulted all the relevant role players in terms of operations. That would be the head of operations, which is the deputy provincial commissioner, operations, and all the relevant role players. If, for instance, a decision is taken to say there is a stubborn crime trend in Western Cape those decisions will be taken by the relevant operational environments, and the National Commissioner would then approve to say, we are going to intervene, let us go and stabilize that particular. So it is operational decisions. What is required from us is to support such interventions to ensure that the country is safe.
May we take Honorable Sangone?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, General. Just a quick question for follow-up, for clarity, Chair. Before Advocate Zigala goes off on the expenditures, I just wanted to check with the CFO. If a member is deployed, let's say from Limpopo to KwaZulu-Natal, in terms of these line items here, would that one member, for example, be eligible for overtime, accommodation, food, and a daily allowance? Can we read it like that, that they will get all of those things as okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. I want to pivot into Table B. Is there anything in relation to Table A that you want to elaborate on or explain?
I am fine, Chair, safe to say that all these expenditures would have been approved by the accounting officer in this regard. Those submissions do come to us to then ascertain financial viability as well as to support the work that is done by this team.
And those information notes, for just for the purposes of the committee, are attached, the various approvals that were made over the years. Can I ask you then to turn to page 17 of your statement? And that's Table B.
Chair.
So what we looked at in Table A was the expenditure of the PKTT over the past 6 years alone. Can you tell us what Table B is explaining here?
As I indicated, Chair, on the invitation to appear before this committee, it was also requested of me to provide a comparison in terms of other existing interventions and or task teams. We are indicating on paragraph 15 that as certain crime threats emerge, the relevant national operation environments in SAPS will from time to time coordinate deployments, interventions, task teams, or operations with the primary purpose of stabilizing as well as normalizing such crime situations. Various such deployments, interventions, or task teams had been coordinated and managed by SAPS over the multiple financial years, of which only the prominent ones were deemed appropriate to be mentioned for comparative purposes. As I indicated, there is an indication that there are 11. However, for purposes of this exercise, we then deemed it necessary only to focus on those ones that are prominent and they are deemed appropriate for purposes of comparisons. So the details are indicated in terms of Table B.
So just to clarify, though there are 11 task teams, when you're doing an analysis trying to compare apples for apples essentially, to see which interventions, which task teams you're spending money on, you essentially chose these ones, which I think is 6 on table B, to be able to do the comparison.
That is correct, Chair.
So can you just a brief description about what these various task teams and so on that you have selected to be able to do this comparison are?
So Table B indicates expenditures that were recorded for prominent SAPS national deployments, interventions, as well as task teams, etc., for different financial years. For purposes of comparisons, we then took from 2018-19. We have the first one that I have heard that it deals with the issues of illicit mining. This is an operation or an intervention that is normally called Valam Gold. You will note that this particular intervention only started in 23-24, and we have expenditure up to 25-26, up to end of September. This one, you will note that the expenditure up to date for 3 years is over R1 billion. And I will indicate to the committee that this is mainly an operation or an intervention that is funded through CARA funding. It's funding that does not come from our baseline. We are given an opportunity as the law enforcement agencies to, from time to time, approach the CARA funding committee to then request funding. The CARA committee or the CARA funding is funding that is used to assist departments. This is the criminal assets recovery account. So from time to time, the accounting officer, having assessed the financial or alternative financial sources, would approach the CARA committee. So the illicit mining or the Valamgodi intervention is funded from that particular source. And this source is not part of our baseline. It is money.
In relation to, so when we're looking at this comparison, though the various task teams are listed, and this illicit mining one is just in absolute numbers the most expensive, or the one that's cost the most at 1.1 billion.
Correct.
That 1.1 billion actually isn't coming out of the SAPS budget.
It is not.
Okay.
It is not. It is funding that was sourced through the CARA committee by the accounting officer, and we are grateful for that. And the reason why we would then go and look for alternative funding is because of the financial constraints that we find ourselves in. We have experienced financial constraints in a form of budget reductions on our operational funding. For us to be able to succeed with these operations, we from time to time have to then make funding available, and it becomes a challenge when you are faced with budget reductions in terms of operational funding. So we look at other alternative funding sources, and this is one, and as a department we are grateful for such. So this is money that was made available for us to be able to go throughout the provinces that had issues in terms of managing this crime pattern. And 1.1 billion has been utilized up to so far.
Yes. So then the next one is the 2021 unrest. So an intervention or a task team was then established. Can you just talk us through that?
Yes, during the 2021 unrest, there was a situation that needed to be contained, and obviously it could not be contained using the normal resources in those provinces that were affected. Therefore, decisions were taken to put together special interventions and special teams to go and support those provinces. You will note that then we had the bulk of the expenditure lying on 2021, and then few claims that came through in 2022 up to 24-25. These are the expenses that were incurred in support of those operations, as well as interventions in those provinces that were affected.
So what I can see from this table is that over the period in which the SAPS was dealing with that unrest, that it costs just 950 million, so just shy of $1 billion, to be able to deal with that unrest situation. And this was drawn directly from the SAPS budget.
It was drawn directly from the SAPS budget, and we needed to reprioritize. Because it was a situation that was confronting us, we needed to reprioritize and ensure that we contain that situation through ensuring that there are sufficient deployments and support that was provided to the provinces that were affected.
Is this just, for my layman understanding, is this what would be the classic idea of a task team, where something happens that is unexpected, like the 2021 unrest, and the SAPS have to react, and then budgets have to be reprioritized and allocated to deal with that? Is this, if one wanted to get a kind of simplified example that everyone's familiar with?
Not necessarily. We deal with different situations. Like I indicated, the operatives will sit and do their crime pattern analysis and identify stubborn areas. There are other stubborn crime patterns that would demand or require from the SAPS leadership to then deal with them in applying other methodologies. Then there will be those that are unexpected that you'll have. So we deal with quite a number of situations that from time to time requires special intervention or special attention in this particular regard. You will note that the next one, before I get to the political task team, would be operations in Cape Town. We have been in the Western Cape and investing in terms of resources, additional resources to deal with those issues in this particular regard. So we deal with different situations, different policing problems emerge from time to time. You do have areas that require stabilization. You do have areas that requires additional resources in this regard. Sometimes you then do have those that will take place now. For instance, you look at the March 2023 shutdown. It is a situation that needed to be contained in this regard. You will note that during that March, it was a closure of the books or closure of the financial year, and you then needed to spend or process those payments in March, and in the following year, probably in April, those claims that could not go through then went through in April in the following year. So you do have different type of policing challenges that the police are confronted with from time to time, and those challenges requires different interventions and different plans and strategies.
So, just finally, in relation to this table, I see some of these intervention units, the expenditure is only for a couple of years, whereas I can see that in relation to the PKTT operation Lockdown and Thunder, and the Emanguzi cross-border in KZN, those have a task team operations and expenditure that's been incurred for at least 6 years.
Yes.
So does that mean that, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, if when you're looking at the 432, you must also consider the duration within which the expenditure was incurred, whereas some of these seem to have incurred the expenditure over a shorter period.
Yes, correct. And when you look at those three, perhaps they are the more comparable ones. You will note that for Lockdown as well as Emanguzi, then the expenditure goes down. Evaluations of these interventions do take place from time to time. The operational environments and the project team leaders will convene and have discussions and evaluate and take decisions to say we are demobilizing or we are reducing the number of deployments. So those operational decisions are a norm, and those discussions are a norm, and of course any decision would have to then go through the accounting officer or the national commissioner to then approve such a decision in that regard.
So when I look at these tables, I see vast amounts of money that is being spent on various operations, and these are the as you say, the absolute sums, the expenditure that's come through. Are you able to give an assessment whether they are on value for money, whether these operations are successful or so on, just looking at these tables?
These tables that I've provided to the committee are not necessarily indicating the impact assessment, and these are some of the concerns that we normally raise from a financial point of view with the operational environment, to then look at the issues of value for money or impact assessment. Of course, ultimately we are assessed as a country in terms of whether, or as the police in terms of whether the crime stats or crime statistics are going down. However, from a financial point of view, what we have then done, this is a conversation that we always ask ourselves, because we need to ensure that there is return for investment. We spend a lot of money on these interventions, and we need to ensure that there is indeed return for investment. So in 2024, myself and my team, we then approached the research unit. We do have a research unit in SAPS precisely for this, because I would want to know from a finance point of view that is this a correct policy methodology? Is it yielding any impact, and is it value for money? So we then wrote to our research department to assist us with this impact study on all these operations, and also to advise us, because currently we do not have a model that we can utilize to assess value for money of all these operations. So we approached them, and there is indication that work has been done on the lockdown as well as Valamgodi operations. That impact assessment has been done. However, the report has not yet been discussed or issued in this regard. It also, the research unit has also indicated that they are in the process of developing this value for money model that we can utilize, but they have cautioned me to say it is not an easy process. It is difficult, it takes into account the number of variables, and they have to engage with a number of stakeholders. However, if they are successful before the end of this financial year, they will be presenting us with that model that we can utilize and be able to take decisions and assess that indeed there was value for money and there was return on investment in terms of all these interventions that we have done. So it is a conversation that we have had, myself and the team, as well as the research team, because we need then to advise the organization in this regard. So we look forward to the outcome of that assessment from our research environment, and it will assist us in this regard to ensure that there is efficiency in terms of the work that we do and the resources that we make available.
So, what we've managed to look at is to be able to look at the PKTT's budget expenditure as a whole over its lifespan, and we've been able to look at the PKTT as a task team vis-a-vis or as against other interventions and task teams, and how those expenditure trends have been done in order to be able to have a comparison.
Correct.
So the one thing, and just to take you back in your witness statement, you then outline the various discussions you've had with the National Commissioner in relation to budget and expenditure for the PKTT in particular, because that's the team we're talking about. I wanted to ask, is there anything in relation to the conversations you've had with the National Commissioner about the PKTT that you'd like to be able to highlight or explain in relation to how the budget has been allocated to that team?
We always have conversations, myself and the National Commissioner, when it comes to these interventions, including the resources that are required to support these interventions. When it comes to the PKTT, the request for funding would come to us, and we will have those conversations. When it comes to the PKTT, I have had conversations with the National Commissioner to say, my understanding is that a task team is established for a specific period, for a specific reason, and then it is withdrawn. But with the PKTT, we have noted that it is clearly dealing with something that is permanent. So for us, from a budgeting point of view, it becomes challenging when you receive applications almost every 3 months for 5 years. So you are unable to budget properly, you are unable to project properly. It may be necessary that perhaps this becomes a permanent structure to deal with the permanent problem that seemingly exists that they are dealing with. So we have had those conversations. It was my understanding that this particular team was established to deal with the problems in KwaZulu-Natal. I've even made suggestions to say, let us task OD, the OD is our organizational development, to put together a permanent structure, and we give this structure to General Mkhwanazi in KwaZulu-Natal to deal with this permanent problem, because for 5 years we can continue like this from a budgeting point of view. Now, if it is a permanent structure, then you are able to resource it properly, you are able to budget and plan for it properly, so that then you support the team to be able to do its job. So we have had those conversations in this particular regard, myself and the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner, then during those conversations, obviously, from an operational point of view, knowing that the work of this PKTT has been, the scope has increased, they are no longer only operating in KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, he has got no obligation to explain that to me. He said, perhaps then it should not be local. If it is a permanent structure, it should not be localized in KwaZulu-Natal, and that structure perhaps could be in head office. So those are the conversations that we have. So if it is a national structure, then it will be able to serve all the provinces should there be any political issues that are picked up in other provinces. So for me, from a budgeting point of view, it is an issue that I have raised. However, I raised it in the view that then this team clearly is dealing with something permanent. Let's make it permanent so that then there is proper budgeting, there is proper resource allocation, and there is proper accountability in this regard when it is a permanent team. So I have had those conversations.
So as I understand your evidence, and you'll correct me, the difficulty with dealing with a team that is not a permanent structure is that it's not formally budgeted for, and that the applications come in every 3 months or sporadically or ad hoc in a way where you can't necessarily anticipate when the applications for further budget allocations would be made.
That is correct. And also for me, I need to be able to hold someone to account for the utilization of those resources that would have been allocated. And it also makes it easy for you to plan and to allocate resources in order to properly support that particular team. So if it becomes a team that operates for a longer period on a temporary basis, you are unable to, from a financial point of view, to then resource it properly and to make those projections properly. And then you will have other resources being utilized. Those resources would have been drawn from other units and so on and so on. So we needed it to be a structured team, continuing with its work because it is doing a great work, and being supported with proper resources and obviously accountability. Someone has to be held accountable in terms of the monies that would have then been given to the team to do its job.
Yes. So this is a conversation, or these are conversations, they are outlined in the various sub-paragraphs of paragraph 13. I don't think we necessarily have to go there. With regards to how you resource this team and whether it should be made a permanent structure or not. But ultimately, that's not a decision for you to make, is it?
It is not.
And that's a decision which lies where?
With the accounting officer.
Yes. So, and maybe this is a good segue to then go into the second kind of theme of your evidence, because it has become a big part of the evidence that has been presented before this committee, that one of the reasons for disbandment of the team that was given by Minister Mkhwanazi was that he had various budget issues in mind. So I don't want you to address that now. I just want you to address, and maybe let's start at paragraph 17 of your statement on page 18.
Okay.
So at this point, Minister Mkhwanazi becomes the minister in charge of the SAPS at, when is it? Is it end of June, early July? And do you have any interactions with Minister Mkhwanazi?
Thank you, Chair. Like any other executive authority that will then be appointed to head the vote police, vote 28, Minister Mkhwanazi became the executive authority for SAPS after the elections in the 7th administration. As part of the executive management of SAPS, we were requested to then embark on meetings to assist with the orientation of the new minister together with his team. And these meetings, or the orientation meetings, would have been arranged by ministry through the Office of the National Commissioner. And we will be invited from various environments to ensure that then we present certain reports that would have been required. During the minister's orientation, I was requested by the National Commissioner to make reports and presentations on the overall budget framework as well as the department's budget. I have to date, I can confirm that I have made 5 of such presentation. The first presentation or report that I made in terms of those various meetings, these meetings would have been arranged and authorized by the National Commissioner, and in the main, the National Commissioner together with other executive management would have been present. The first meeting was on the 12th of July, where we had a presentation that we made. We called it an introductory briefing to the minister. I made that presentation to orientate the minister in terms of the budget of SAPS. The second meeting was on the 31st of July, 2024, where I made a presentation that spoke to financial matters pertaining to the police. The third meeting was on the follow-up meeting was on the 14th of August. This was a follow-up of a meeting that had taken place on 31 July because there would have been questions and other issues that the minister would have raised. So we then conducted the follow-up meeting on the 14th of August. There were issues, concerns raised on issues of civil claims and other cost pressures. And then the next follow-up meeting, this is now following up the meeting that took place on the 14th of August, was a meeting that was held on the 12th of September 2024, where there were other instructions or expectations, issues such as the financial pressures. The minister wanted to know the split between head office as well as provinces, issues of capacitation of crime intelligence and other important environments. The last meeting that I've had with the minister, authorized by the National Commissioner, was on the 6th of June 2025, where we are then taking the minister through the apportioning of the 2025 budget in this regard. And I can confirm.
So just to take one step back. So the minister, when he gave his evidence, he explained that there was pretty much like a 6-month orientation session that was taking place within the SAPS starting from July when he took over as the executive authority.
Yes.
And what you are explaining is that during that orientation session, at various points you were asked to make presentations to the to the minister, and you have attached in your witness statement the various presentations that you made to the minister in relation to various financial and budgetary issues relevant to the SAPS.
Correct.
So just over paragraph 19, can you read that and then just explain what your evidence is from there?
Yes. I can confirm that all these 5 presentations that I've mentioned in paragraph 18 dealt with the budget framework, overall challenges as well as pressure points in the organization. None of these presentations dealt with the matters that are relating to PKTT. To our strategic presentations, there was nothing that we spoke about in these 5 presentations that related to the PKTT.
So in these, so you're making these presentations, but they're at a very high level in relation to the overall SAPS budget and so on.
That is correct.
And even though your presentations may not have dealt with the PKTT, did the minister ever ask you in relation to budgetary issues and so on around, what is the budget implications of the PKTT, or express any concerns in relation to that?
I have never spoken to the minister about the PKTT budget. All discussions concerning the allocation of funds to the PKTT are solely between myself and the National Commissioner as the accounting officer. The typical process, as I had indicated, is that the project leader would then apply for an extension of funding as well and submit this request. The submission will then go through various levels of approval, eventually ending up with the National Commissioner. I usually have these conversations with the National Commissioner during this process. We regularly discuss matters with all teams, including matters that pertains to intervention task teams as well as the PKTT. These are routine conversations between myself and the National Commissioner. My role then is to confirm whether there is funding. If there is no funding, we then have a conversation with the National Commissioner in terms of determining priorities or reprioritizing to ensure that we support this. These are the conversations that I have only with the National Commissioner.
So these are conversations, as you say, that you have with the National Commissioner as the accounting officer in relation to how you allocate the budget. and that there were never conversations that were either that you had with the minister or that were ever raised with the minister in relation to how you're allocating the budget, how these task teams are essentially impacting the overall SAPS budget framework.
The presentation for 2025 in terms of the apportioning of the allocation, it spoke to the apportioning of the allocation to all cost centers, but it did not touch on anything that relates to the PKTT.
Okay. So, can you confirm, how did you learn about the disbandment?
I had gone on leave from the 17th of December last year. That leave ended on the 10th of January 2025. So on the 2nd of January, while I was on leave, I learned of the disbandment. I think I saw something on one of the news outlets. That's how I learned about it. I was on leave.
And General Dimpane,
Advocate Zikalala, may we please take Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a follow-up, Chair, on the Minister being briefed about the budget arrangements of the PKTT. And it's very important, Chair, because the Minister bases strongly, amongst other reasons, that budgeting of financial costs of the PKTT were becoming too much. So has the Minister or the National Commissioner solicited any cost analysis of the PKTT from you?
No, no, Chair.
Have you ever been made to account on the cost effectiveness of the PKTT in the SAPS top management meeting?
No, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
May proceed. Honorable Matthews.
Also, just a follow-up or a question of clarity. There were 11, or there's 11 task teams. So did the minister also inquire about any of the other 10 at all, like specifically on how much was spent?
From me as a CFO, I have never.
In those 5 presentations to him, there was no questions from him or his team?
These were strategic presentations, Chair. I have never been requested to come and present in terms of the operations to the minister.
For any of them? Okay, thank you.
No, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, as the committee members have already foreshadowed, it was a significant part of the minister's evidence before this committee that it was, he had in mind these budgetary pressures when he wrote the disbandment directive and essentially issued it. And when he was before this committee, one of the things that he relied on heavily was a comment you had made in an information note. Now, I don't know if the committee members have that information note. It's in the annexures, but the comment is also set out on paragraph 20, page 20, paragraph 23. The information note for those who want to look at the annexures is PPD 13 at page 105. And so, just to take one step back, this was an information note for the 2024, for the period 1 April 2024 to 31 March 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
The information note was, as I see it, and I can pull it up quickly, was completed or was an application for funding that was done by General Khumalo. And that application for funding was then made, I think, in March. Let me check. Was made on the 26th of March, 2024. Is that correct? Do you have it before you?
That is correct.
So the comment that you made on that information note was essentially approved before the minister came into office.
That is correct.
And then can you then take us through essentially what you were trying to explain in that comment? You've set it out in paragraph 23 of your statement, if you want to have a look at that.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps before I even get to my comment, I wish to state that I did not give anyone permission to utilize that information note. That information note was an information note requesting funding from the project leader to the National Commissioner, and it came to my table to then confirm if funding is available. I was shocked to hear about that information note being utilized in evidence in this regard. And nobody has ever asked me about the context of that particular comment that I had made on this information note. Nobody. And it is a conversation that I had had with the National Commissioner when that request for funding came to our table. The project leader requested 94 million. You will recall that this information note comes in March. Somewhere towards the end of March, you are trying to close a financial year 23-24, and you are getting to the new financial year.
Can I just pause, because I think that is an important detail. The financial year for the end of the financial year is the end of March.
It's the end of March, yes.
So the information note comes on the 26th of
March.
Yes. So it's coming just before you are about to close your books, or I don't know what you close.
Correct.
Yes.
It's coming just towards the closure of a financial year, and the
Before that, Chair.
May I
yes,
proceed?
there's a question.
No, there was a point she was trying to articulate which she feels very strong about it. And she was interrupted that no one even asked her about it, and she was shocked to see. So I thought we must allow her to finish that ventilation. And then we can take forward the new question that she's talking about. Because this might be a platform where she feels she needs to express herself, and she has been sitting with this matter. And she must be given that opportunity.
That is granted. Honorable, General Dimpane, can you conclude the point that you wanted to elaborate?
I wanted to indicate that this is one of the many information notes or funding requests that will come to our table. This was a request that was made by the project leader, and it was submitted in March. This is a conversation that I have with the National Commissioner, and I make several observations and comments in this regard. And I get to be shocked when this information note is utilized as evidence and trying to portray a picture as if I was advocating for the disbandment of the political task team. It is taken out of context, and I believe that this is an important platform to then deal with the context in terms of this information note. I wish to state that I did not give anyone permission to use that or give anyone the physical document in this regard to use in their evidence. Now, this information note comes, it has been taken out of context. Then I make an observation to say we are closing a financial year. We are getting into the new financial year. Between April and May, we will be engaging in a process where we then allocate or a process of distributing resources to all cost centers in this regard. For the purposes of allowing this task team to then do their work, we agree with the National Commissioner that the initial allocation will then be 20 million. You will note that the project leader had requested 94. We agree with the National Commissioner that up until we finalize the internal apportioning of the budget, we will then confirm 20 million to allow for the team to work while we finalize the processes of internal apportioning. And those processes unfolded and they were concluded in May. And I can indicate to this committee that the allocation for the team for that financial year was not 20 million, it was 55. The 20 million was an initial allocation as agreed with the National Commissioner, and subsequently we then concluded the internal apportioning and decisions were taken, and additional funding was given to the team, and the total allocation for that year was 55 million. Now I raised these concerns to say the National Commissioner, this team has been in existence for a long time, and I think I have raised this earlier. It is impossible, it's practically impossible for me from a budget point of view to operate in this fashion. It will be best. And you will note that the last comment there I'm saying, task component OD, this is organizational development, to urgently conduct a work study investigation for the establishment of a permanent structure. And I'm talking to the permanent structure that relates to PKTT in KwaZulu-Natal. I had indicated that it was my view that this team was established to deal with the problems in KwaZulu-Natal. It's been 5 years. Clearly, this team is then dealing with a serious problem that does not want to go away. For us to be able to resource this team properly, let's have a permanent structure in KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, the National Commissioner has different views to say, not localized in KwaZulu-Natal. Perhaps when we deal with this and we come to that decision, it might be a team that is national to be able to deal with the similar problems in other provinces. Of course, he knew from an operational point of view, I'm assuming, that the scope of this team had expanded into other provinces. He had no obligation to share that with me. And ultimately, he then approved the initial allocation of 20 million. When we are done with the internal apportioning, then the total allocation to support this team for that year was 55 million. So the document has been out there, been discussed out of context, and nobody has ever reached out to me to say, what exactly did you mean by these comments? So I thought I would use this opportunity to then clear the air and clarify this. The allocation for that year was then 55 million with a total spending of 57.5 million at the end of that financial year. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Chair. General, on that issue that well, you've well articulated the context, but I can tell that you are quite upset with your comment having been used as evidence. How does it work in SAPS? Because I see that information note had 3 signatures, if I'm not mistaken. I think, General, okay. But you were the second last before the National Commissioner. Now, once you make your comment and it goes to the National Commissioner, ordinarily, does it go back down the line so everybody can see the comments? I'm trying to figure out, does it also go to the minister? How does it get to the minister's office for the minister to then use it as evidence?
These submissions don't go to the minister. It ends with the National Commissioner as the approving authority. Then it will go back to the project leader who would have applied for funding. I would, of course, have a copy to ensure that then I keep track in terms of the budget allocation as well as expenditures in this regard. They do not go to the minister.
Sorry, Chair, it's just, so in your view, how, and I know that maybe I'm putting you on the spot here, but when the minister brings this document, I mean, it's an operational discussion between, yourselves as the officials who are signing it off. If you had to hazard, how do you think the minister even knows what you said? Because you said you never discussed this with him. He shouldn't, maybe asked that he shouldn't even know that you had written this comment, am I correct?
I am not saying he shouldn't know. I am not certain where he got hold of the document. I'm simply saying that it should not then be utilized as if, and creating an impression as if, as the CFO, I took the document and I went to the minister with the document. That is not what transpired. And I'm not saying he is not entitled to have a look at documents in the organization, but I certainly did not give him that document. When the document leaves my office, it goes to the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner will then approve it, goes back to the person who had requested funding. I would request a copy for purposes of my records as well as accounting properly. Probably the executive authority has access to documents and discussions in the organization, but I certainly did not give the minister that document, or General CBF for that matter.
So you've already discussed part of the comment that you made, which is under paragraph 23 of your witness statement. And this is just further clarification because a lot of emphasis in the evidence of both General Sibiya and then subsequently the minister, and in particular the minister, was to say, and looking at the line just under paragraph 23 in the quote, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth line, where you say post-elections, the team must be deactivated as it has been in existence for the last 5 years. So there seems to have been the suggestion, and it was made in evidence, that you as the CFO had advocated for the disbandment of the team. But as I understand from what you're saying about the last line, was that you were in fact saying that steps need to be taken for the team to be made a permanent structure. Is that correct, or do you just want to clarify anything further?
That is the correct context, because if it is a permanent structure, it has been there for a long time, then it gives you an opportunity to be able to budget for it properly, to resource it properly, because clearly it is dealing with something that is a bit permanent in this regard. And as I indicated earlier, then issues of accountability in terms of the resources that you would have allocated to that particular team. So it is correct.
So, I mean, we've covered a significant amount in relation to that particular comment that you had made, but ultimately, as I understand your evidence, is to be saying that from a budgeting perspective, you had made that particular comment in that framework from a budgeting perspective, looking at the fact that this was a team that was ongoing for 5 years.
Yes.
But it was not, and you must just clarify for me if I'm putting words in your mouth, that it wasn't you advocating for the disbandment of the team in the way that it was eventually disbanded.
Correct. I wouldn't have advocated because I did not even know the operational work that they are doing. These are the operational conversations that are held with the operational teams together with the National Commissioner. So I do not normally get into meetings where the project leader will be briefing each other together with the National Commissioner. So it was from a resource point of view, as well as to assist us to be able to predict and to allocate resources and to ensure that there are systems in place to hold the relevant project leaders and project managers or whoever would then be heading this permanent team in terms of the resources that will be allocated to them.
If you can just give me a minute, I just wanted to confer with this. Thank you, General. I think in relation, and the AC had just wanted me to confirm with you that really the context within which this must be understood, certainly by the committee, is really from the budgeting point of view, and that it wasn't an operational decision.
Not at all. That is correct.
So then that then largely leaves us with the third theme that you explore in your evidence in relation to the health risk services contract. Can you, now the committee's already had quite an extensive explanation from General Fani about supply chain management and eventually how that contract was awarded within his component. But can you then explain to the committee how you begin to intersect with this health risk contract that was awarded to Mr. Nhlanhla's company?
Okay, perhaps before I start, just to confirm with the committee that I did not form part of any structure, be it the BSC or bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee or bid adjudication committee. I was not part of such structures when this contract was awarded. This was awarded by the BAC that is chaired by Lieutenant General Fani, and an SLA was signed by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who is the end user and who had requested these services to be procured on their behalf by supply chain management. I'm on leave in December. I have never formed part of any meeting that was called by the minister when the articles came out. I was not in office, I was on leave. When I came back from leave in January 2025, I get to be briefed by the internal auditors that were obviously appointed by the National Commissioner, having been tasked by the Minister in terms of the issues that were raised in the media surrounding this contract.
Can I just clarify things? The internal auditors come and brief you, are the internal auditors in your line department?
The internal auditors reports directly to the accounting officer. However, it is an environment that I work with closely, with the indication to say they understood the implication of this particular investigation. What implication will it have on the financial statements? You will note that this would have been the last quarter of a financial year, and we were preparing to close the financial year and subsequently to put together a set of financial statements. So I work very closely and coordinate the audit issues in the organization. That will be the internal audits as well as the external audits, as well as the activities of the audit committee. So the internal auditors together with the chief risk officers are the offices that I oversee and monitor and support on a continuous basis. They are given this task. I came back from leave. They then come and brief me to say, CFO, this is a task that has been given to us in your absence. We are proceeding with the audit of this particular issue. We are flagging it in the process of you preparing to close the financial year and ultimately to put a set of financial statements. Take note. So I support immediately the work that was done or the work that was given to this team by the National Commissioner.
So what is the significance for those of us that don't, and certainly for myself, are not familiar with the budgeting cycle? When you say it was in the fourth quarter and they were raising this this investigation they were undertaking, what was the significance of that?
The significance was that by end of March, we will be closing the financial year. And after the closure of the financial year, then you are expected as the CFO to then put together a set of financial statements that you will hand over to the external auditors to audit and determine whether your financial statements are credible and they indicate all the affairs of the department. So there is a note that we need to disclose. If there is any irregular expenditure, if there is any unauthorized expenditure or any fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been incurred by the department for that year under review. So this essentially would then affect, if it is deemed to be irregular, it will then have to be reported and disclosed properly. So the auditors do brief me and we support the work that they do. And in the first week of March, a formal preliminary report is given to myself as well as General Fani to say the preliminary indication is that this contract is irregular. There's a possible irregular expenditure that you need to note. Now we do have.
Can I ask? You say that this is in March.
This is in the first week of March.
You are given a report saying there is concern in relation to this contract. And there's a possibility of declaring irregular expenditure in relation to this health risk services contract.
Yes.
You say that they briefed you and General Fani. Did they brief General Fani with you because he is head of the supply chain, or how does he become part of the conversation?
I indicated, Chair, that they then give me this report with a covering letter addressed to myself as well as General Fani. And the reason for that is that General Fani is the custodian of the irregular expenditure register. So immediately, an assurance provider, be it the internal auditors or external auditors, flags a transaction as a possible irregular expenditure, you are obliged to then report it and record it on the irregular expenditure as such. And in terms of the National Treasury Framework on irregular expenditure, you must then immediately ensure that you appoint somebody to then conduct a determination test to determine and come to a conclusion and confirm that either this indeed that has been flagged by the auditors is not correct or it is correct. So they had that indication. It was a formal letter that accompanied that report that was submitted to myself as well as General Fani in this regard. So what I then did the following day, having been finished with this report that talks about the possible irregular expenditure, of course, we then requested supply chain management to uplift this transaction on the irregular expenditure register as a possible irregular expenditure. I then approached the National Commissioner to say, this is a contract that was awarded by the BAC that is chaired by General Fani. The framework requires us to then determine and confirm that indeed this is irregular. I do not see that General Fani will then deal with that particular process. So I need to assist you. Let us appoint somebody immediately to ensure that we are within the timelines as required by the framework to do this determination test. I wrote to the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner agreed, and we appointed a very competent person from Gauteng Finance, and we then instructed that investigating officer to ensure that within 30 days or no before 30 days, that determination must be concluded. Where I am sitting, in the next 30 days, it will then be April. And I would need to then to start to put together these financial statements and to have a decision on this particular contract. So the IO goes on and investigates.
Just to clarify, when you say IO, is that investigating officer?
Yes, the one who is then doing or conducting a determination test for us. They go on, they complete the report, and somewhere in May, they bring back the report, and it is confirmed that this contract is irregular. What does that mean? It means it was awarded in contravention with various supply chain prescripts. It was awarded by the BAC. So it is confirmed. I then instruct supply chain management to say this transaction has to then move from possible irregular expenditure from the register to confirmed irregular expenditure. What then this means? It means the register that will come to me or to be submitted to me to put together note 24 on the financial statements. It is a register that will then have these transactions or this transaction confirmed as irregular, and we have to disclose such. So we then instructed supply chain management to upgrade it from possible irregular expenditure to confirmed irregular expenditure. And the amount...
Can I ask you a question at that point? Because when General Fani was with us last week, he said that he was not sure whether there had been a determination test that was done and whether that determination test had determined that there was irregular expenditure. Are you confirming that the determination test was done? Are you aware if that was shared with General Fani?
I shared it with General Fani. And I instructed supply chain to update the irregular expenditure register so that when they submit it to me, to then conclude note 24 of the financial statements, that transaction is there as confirmed irregular expenditure.
So then the financial statements were, when the financial statements were concluded, and I think this is at paragraph 31.4 of your statement, in note 24, or maybe you explain it because I think you're much more fair.
Okay. So in the set of financial statements, you have different notes that you will then have to disclose these types of expenditure. For the purposes of these discussions, I will then refer to note 24. If the committee has gone through our financials, that note then requires us to disclose this. There is an amount of 466 million that we had disclosed as irregular expenditure that was confirmed for 24-25 financial year. Within that 466 million, this contract constituted 48 million These were all the payments that were made from August, if I am correct, since the inception of this contract. So all of them, as per the recommendation of the determination test to say this contract was awarded irregularly, therefore any expenditure that would have been incurred since the inception of this contract is then deemed irregular. So those figures amounted to about 48 million. There are a few invoices that remains on the system. I then instructed my team to stop those particular payments so that then we do not perpetuate the incurrence of irregular expenditure. So within the 466 million that is disclosed on that note, it has other various contracts and various transactions, but the 48 million relates to this particular contract. The committee will note that I have tried to simplify it or summarize it on the presentation that I have attached. We have various contracts there. On
Just
the
give us the page number, the page number that you're looking at in the annexes.
Can I be given a few seconds?
I will assist you. I think it's page 389 of the annexes, annexure PPD 24.
Yes, Chair. It starts from 386 with a cover page there. So I tried to unpack the 650 that the Auditor General had flagged on our annual report. That 650 million consists of the 466 that was incurred in 2024, and there are other amounts of transactions that were investigated, that had taken place prior to 24-25, that were then confirmed in the financial year 24-25. That is why the amount is 650 that was discussed with the portfolio committee from the AGSA. Then the next subsequent slides are then unpacking what is lying on this particular amount. You'll see that there's a number of contracts there. Majority of them would have been contracts that would have been awarded and they were deemed irregular. They would have been awarded by the BAC or at supply chain management headquarters, and then you do have other transactions that are on quotation basis that would have been incurred by various cost centers in provinces. You will note that a procurement takes place from a police station to a district, to a province, to head office. So the auditors, when they audit everywhere. They will then select provinces and stations where they will go and audit these procurement processes, and from time to time, they will highlight these particular non-compliances all over. But when you look at this, the bulk of this irregular expenditure that was disclosed in 24-25 is in relation to bids. This will be tenders that were awarded, and provinces do not deal with tenders. Tenders are only dealt with at head office supply chain management. So within all this, this one that talks to Medicare constituted 48 million. These were invoices that, or payments that were made prior to the cancellation of this contract, of which the cancellation took place in May.
Yes. I just wanted to correct. I think I heard you say 28 million. I've got 48 million.
It's 48 million.
So out of the overall 460 that's disclosed in note 24, 48 million of it
relates to this contract.
Yes.
Yes.
And what I understood you to also be saying is that of the bulk of the irregular expenditure that sits in the SAPS relates a lot to issues of bids and tenders.
Yes.
And those are issues that come mainly out of head office in relation to the supply chain management department.
That is correct.
And we are, could you then discuss what steps now have been taken? Because we know an internal audit has been done and was completed in April. And in your evidence, you now explain that what you've also had to do was declare the irregular expenditure, and that was done with the financials of the last financial year. Can you take us through what further steps have now been done in relation to this contract to be able to get to some accountability.
Okay. So we then disclose this as irregular prior to the submission of the financial statements, and I get further briefings from the internal audit team. And we were of the view that, when it comes to irregular expenditure in SAPS, there seemed to be lack of accountability, and the consequence management is not real. You have irregular expenditure taking place all over, managers appointing people to do disciplinary investigations, and the disciplinary investigations, when they come out, the outcome is that a person must receive a written warning, a person must receive corrective counseling. So these, according to me, are not real consequence management, because they do not deter this behavior. That is according to me. You have people who are doing procurement and breaking the rules of procurement. The question is this deliberate? Are people breaking procurement rules deliberately to commit fraud? So this is a problem. This is a culture in SAPS where irregular expenditure, you will find that there's no seriousness and accountability on it. So having an experience of some of these transactions where investigations were done and the outcome had said nothing must happen to a person, or a person must get a written warning, and so on and so on. We as myself as the CFO and other structures such as the audit committee, the internal auditors, the risk management, this is a concern, because if we do not deal with irregular expenditure decisively and ensure that there is real consequence management, we'll never be able to resolve this. People will continue. We do not know whether they deliberately break these procurement rules with the intention of committing fraud. Then myself and the Chief Risk Officer, we approached the National Commissioner. We said, National Commissioner, this particular contract has caused a lot of harm for the department. There is reputational damage. The department is in disrepute. Yes, we have disclosed the 48 million as irregular, but we can't go on in this particular fashion. So we will need to get to the bottom of this in terms of identify where were the lapses and who was responsible for this, because the damage is too much. We then advise the National Commissioner to say, avoiding the risk of appointing somebody to then do an investigation and come back and tell us that somebody must get a written warning. Let's rather pursue this forensic audit investigation. So we advise the National Commissioner, because this matter, it's an embarrassment. We are tired of management or senior management not dealing with irregular expenditure the way it's supposed to be dealt with. So we approached him from a risk management point of view to say, we will appoint somebody to do an internal investigation, and then the report comes out and it says somebody must get a written warning on a damage like this and an embarrassment like this. So it is rather safer that we then channel our energy and all the reports that are on the table, that we support this forensic investigation. This forensic investigation is dealt with by experienced people who will be able to unearth this maladministration that has happened here and give us the real people who must be held accountable, with the possibility of recovering of monies in this particular regard. And the National Commissioner supported us in that regard. That forensic investigation is in the reporting phase and is being concluded, and we are looking forward to the outcome of that report so that then we can implement real consequence management and serve as an example or as a deterrence, so that then we are seen to be serious in terms of these particular issues, because it starts small, breaking the rules in terms of quotations, and then it grows. And if you are not going to deal with this as a department decisively or ensure that we implement real consequence management, then we are going to have a problem. The accounting officer or the National Commissioner then, in addition to that, because it cannot be that we see this unreal consequence management, he has since then also established accountability sessions where he calls all of us, PCs, DIFCOMs, where everyone must bring any transaction that is deemed irregular and what were the disciplinary outcomes of that, and you explain yourself to say, why is it that the person has broken procurement rules and you gave that person a written warning? So this is a matter that the accounting officer is supporting, and those accountability sessions has been established in this regard, so that we get to the bottom of this and we declare zero tolerance in terms of this unwanted expenditure in the organization.
Thank you. Chair, I think now is the lunch adjournment. Can I just indicate for purposes of the committee that I possibly only have another 5 minutes with this witness? And I'm in your hands with whether you want me to complete it now or to complete it after lunch.
You need how many minutes?
5.
To conclude.
I just want to invite the witness to conclude.
Yeah, no, that should be granted. Honorable Malem.
I think she must be granted that 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, we agree.
Thank you. General Dimpane, you've taken us through, so I have 2 quick questions. The first is, we've had 2 witnesses, or 1 witness. The National Commission has referred to this forensic report. General Fani has referred to the fact that this forensic report. Could I ask you, would you be willing to make an undertaking that once that forensic report is made available, that it's also shared with the committee in order to be able to inform the committee of what exactly went wrong with regards to the health risk tender?
Certainly, with the approval of the accounting officer, that report could be made available to the committee.
When do you anticipate that this forensic investigation will be concluded?
It has been indicated that next month, which is December. I believe before Christmas that report will be here.
Yes, so in the next 2 or 3 weeks, that forensic report investigation will be concluded. General Dimpane, is there then anything that you want to be able to highlight? As I've indicated, I'm in a position where I feel we've covered your evidence, but is there anything else before I hand you over to the committee?
Yes, perhaps I did not conclude on the issues of irregular expenditure. I touched on the 466 million, I touched on the 650. There is also an indication from the AGSA that there's a 2.4 billion that is not dealt with. And this has been reported and discussed at the level of the portfolio committee. Perhaps I wanted to then also give an overview in terms of what is this amount all about and what are the concerns of AGSA. In 2019, when I took over the reins as a CFO, this department was struggling with a qualification audit of opinion from AGSA, I think for 3 years. And one of the main reasons for such, it was the issues of irregular expenditure. There was an indication to say it might be that the department is understating or under-disclosing irregular expenditure to the tune of 900 million. And therefore, the Auditor General was unable to give this department an unqualified audit opinion. So this is a project that we undertook when I took over. I had a discussion with the auditors, both internal as well as external, with a view of putting together an action plan to resolve this, because it was important that we resolve this and we ensure that when it comes to issues of governance and reporting, this department is doing things the way they are expected. So it was a massive undertaking, Chair. We embarked on a process. The auditors indicated that for us to listen to you as SAPS, you'll have to go back from a police station to a district to a province and assess transactions 4 years back. You work it back 4 years. I think we went back 2016. We had to assess those transactions that we had ever made and convince the auditors and convince ourselves that those transactions were free from errors as well as irregular expenditure. It was a massive exercise that we undertook. Nonetheless, we did that exercise. The outcome of the exercise was then presented to the auditors, and the auditors were happy. And together with the other qualification areas, we worked, and those qualification areas were subsequently resolved. And I can indicate to this committee that ever since such, for the past 5 years, we have been in a position to submit quality financial statements that are not adjusted, are not and are free from material errors in this particular regard. So, when we are embarking on this exercise, we pick up, we then unearth. Remember, we went back 4 years back. We then get these mistakes and these irregularities, and then we are then required to disclose them. So we disclose this in the financial statements as well as in the irregular expenditure register. So what is required, or what was required post that particular project, was for us then to deal with these transactions in a form that we appoint people to investigate, there's discipline, we confirm that there's no fraud, there's no losses, and so on and so on. And ultimately, in line with the National Treasury Framework, we then submit to the condoning authorities to then condone should we meet the requirements in terms of condonation, and we remove this. So the concern from AG is that the progress is slow in terms of dealing with this portion. And you will see this particular 2.4 billion that is spoken about. When you go through our annual report, it is lying on Part E of our annual report, that is the compliance. So we need to ensure that we expedite and we pull up our socks in terms of dealing with these transactions. The process has been a bit slow, Chair. We have been working with Treasury. There has been submissions from supply chain management to Treasury. Sometimes Treasury will bring them back without condoning, looking for additional information, and so on and so on. So we need to deal decisively and speedily with this 2.4 billion that is sitting there. I have since requested the National Commissioner to rather, in writing, give me these functions, delegate me these functions so that I can support supply chain management and we expedite this. I can confirm that we have had positive deliberations with National Treasury. They are willing to support us so that then we decisively deal with this Part E of the annual report, and we deal decisively with this 2.4 billion that is lying there. Progress has not been as fast as we would like it to be, but all the stakeholders are cooperating, and we are glad that Treasury has come to the table to assist us in terms of dealing with this. Those that would not have been confirmed by National Treasury, the framework in terms of paragraph 5.6 then tells you that the accounting officer can remove them from the books, but it's not going to be just our irregular expenditure register will be clean, and that Part E compliance reporting on our annual report will be clean, and there ought to be accountability where there is accountability that would have determined that people deliberately engaged in unethical conduct and engaged in mission to deal with these issues and to ensure that this unwanted expenditure becomes a zero tolerance for the organization, and this culture of just not accounting becomes a thing of the past. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That would be General Dimpane's evidence in chief. I'm in your hands.
Thank you so much, Advocate Zikalala and General Dimpane. We have come to the end of presentation of evidence. This time we are going to break. I'm going to request that we should meet as the committee during a break together with you, SC, and your team to deal with one matter. Bonani will announce the venue. Thank you so much. We are coming back at 14 hours.
1, 2. Even la.
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you so much, honorable members, Lieutenant General Dimpane, the staff of Parliament and members of the media and the public. We must apologize. We have promised you that we will come back at 14 hours. We have not done so, and we want to profusely apologize for that. We had to deal with one matter as a committee, so that we don't come and spill it here. So we are very, very sorry for that, and we hope that you will be able to pardon us. We are now going to the second session, where the chairperson is going to allow members to field questions to you, General Dimpane. I'm allocating 15 minutes per member. So the time now is 14:32. We are going to start at 14:35. So it means the first speaker will run with you from 14:35 to 14:50. $14.50. 14:50 is 10 to 3. It's 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes.
I hope you
Thank you,
have
sir.
stopped your watch.
Honorable Sokanyile, may you please proceed.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. CFO, Lieutenant General Sbiya was here before us. He gave an evidence that Mr. Nhlanhla is well known within SAPS as a service provider. Do you know Mr. Nhlanhla?
No, I do not know Mr. Nhlanhla.
You have never heard of him?
I've never heard of him. Safe to say that I've seen him on TV or on newspapers. I've never seen him. I do not know Mr. Nhlanhla.
Mr. Nhlanhla, as a service provider, there are no prior contracts with SAPS
I'm not aware.
that you have made payments, because I've seen in your statement you have said that you enter on the sixth line where you pay.
The only contract that I'm aware of is this contract that was subsequently cancelled by
The
National
Medicare
Commission.
24 only.
Yes.
That was cancelled.
Yes.
No payment was done for it.
There were payments that were done prior to cancellation. During May, all payments were stopped after cancellation.
How do you pay? You simply pay because documents have been produced, or you have to see the work that has been done, or because documents are put in your office, you pay.
The SAPS has a national policy that regulates the payment of service providers in SAPS. Procurement takes place at a police station, district, province, as well as at national. So there is a brilliant policy that regulates payment of service providers. It outlines the role of each and every individual within the value chain. From those that would have sourced the services, in this instance, the people who would have sourced the services of Medicare would be HRM. We refer to them as end users. They would have sourced those services through a contract that supply chain management had put in place. Now, they enter into a service level agreement with the service provider and regulate themselves, the performance of that particular contract. So the work would be done, and in terms of their roles, they will then confirm that indeed services were rendered, and then they sign and they upload the invoices on the system in terms of the procedure that is outlined on the policy. The policy has sufficient safeguard, Chair. The system has sufficient safeguards. So the end users, when they are satisfied that services were rendered, they are happy, they receive these invoices, they then upload these invoices on the system, and then the process unfolds in terms of the stages that are outlined on the policy. We then come in as national finance at the end of the value chain, where we then release the payments to the service provider. So it is a tried and tested policy, it has sufficient safeguards. The issue would be when members that have secured services or goods from service providers engage themselves in unethical conduct or unethical behavior where they would have certified services that they did not receive. That would be the issue. But we can assure the committee that the policy that regulates the payment of service providers in SAPS is a policy that has sufficient safeguards, and the system has safeguards. So these invoices would have been authorized and accepted and certified by the end user, which in this instance is Human Resource Department.
Okay. Giving us that process and the procedure that is being undertaken by SAPS. But now let's check. Mr. Nhlanhla has a complaint with that project of Medicare 24. Then he goes to Lieutenant General Sibia when he was acting to lodge a complaint. Do you think that was a correct procedure?
I was not even aware in this particular regard. Naturally, service providers are dealt with by supply chain management. If they have issues, then supply chain management through the leadership of General Fadi would be the best people to sort out those particular issues should a service provider have issues in this regard. So I've heard through evidence that he subsequently approached General Sibia. I was not aware, and I'm not certain why he would take that particular path in terms of going to General Sibia, while there is supply chain management who entered into this contract with himself.
Okay. Then on paragraph 10, you indicate that since May 2025, there is a new organizational structure that has been amended. It has amended the reporting structure of SAPS, whereby the divisional commissioner on SCM to report directly now to the CFO. But that thing has not happened. What do you think that informed that decision to be undertaken?
May I get clarity, Chair? Which decision, the decision to amend the reporting lines of supply chain management?
Yes, the reporting lines of supply chain management, whereby now they will report to you. It was not done before.
I believe these are the efforts that the leadership of the department are trying to do to strengthen governance issues, including the supply chain management processes, so that then at least I have an overview and a grip in terms of the area of supply chain management. It has an impact on the reporting of the department. It has an impact, and the work is closely related to the work that I do. So I believe these are the efforts that the department is putting in place to ensure that there is strengthened capacity in that particular regard, and you do not have supply chain management that is reporting directly to the accounting officer.
Why was it not done before?
Why it was not done before, I think SAPS is a very huge institution. It is massive. The budget is massive. We have a lot of assets, and I believe in terms of the OD processes that would have unfolded before those times, it was then decided that it is best that these particular functions are separated. I must just indicate that when I came in 2019, they were combined, and then decisions were taken by the leadership that let us rather separate because of the work that supply chain management continues to do, and the weight of the work that I do as a CFO. So from time to time, the leadership will review their decisions and look at the areas of weakness and try to close those gaps and strengthen this particular issue so that there is proper accountability.
Don't you think that reporting line that was there before, it has an impact in you not being effective in the financial management? Because if you are looking at SAPS, the irregular expenditure that incurred, then the person whom we are looking at is the CFO, because you are the leader there. Don't you think it has an impact on that?
Perhaps I need clarity. The impact of supply chain management not reporting to the CFO. Can I be clarified?
Yes, because even the other people, when we're asking the divisional commissioner who was here, Mr. Mulefote, Ban Lobeko, Fani, yeah, because I want to say Fani is the same name, Mulefe, I mean Fani is the name, Mulefe is the same name, is the other way around. When he was here, we're saying that even when we're saying that the crime rate is very high, it is because the procurement also of the vehicle are centered in one place. Hence, I'm asking this question now. We have SAPS with this 406 million for 2024-2025 financial year of irregular expenditure that has occurred under your leadership. Don't you think having those reporting lines whereby the CFO, you look at the tail end of the SCM, not dealing with the SCM wholeheartedly? Don't you think it's also the reason? It's not.
It is not.
I'm trying to protect you.
It is not, Chair. You will note on the summary that we have tried to also give information to the committee in terms of cost centers. As I indicated, procurement takes place all over in the country, from a police station to head office in this particular regard. There are people who are appointed specifically to deal with this at all those structures. There are policies that indicate who must do what and what is it that we must comply to. So you will find, Chair, that some of the matters might be deliberate non-compliance. So people are not complying to the rules while the policies are there, while the rules are there to say for you to be able to procure through quotations, you must do A, B, C, D. And people go out of their way not to deal with such issues. I must indicate that there are systems in place. Supply chain management does go out to provinces and conduct awareness sessions. We do speak to officials in terms of what is expected. I have recently even circulated through the Internal Control Department a circular that talks about all the aspects that needs to be complied with. We have shared in the organization so that then the officials who are entrusted with the duties and responsibilities of procurement are then aware and in terms of what is it that they need to comply with. So they know. The problem in SAPS in terms of irregular expenditure, I think, is the issue of accountability. If we can strengthen that particular issues, because procurement happens all over in police stations. If we can strengthen accountability and each and every manager ensures that they do their work and they account in terms of Section 45 of the Public Finance Management Act, which says every manager, whether you are a financial manager or not, when you are allocated resources, you have got a duty to ensure that you account for those resources. So I think the organization as a whole, we struggle with issues of accountability from all angles in terms of the managers and end users who would have been given resources to utilize, who would have been given or delegated powers to ensure that there is procurement within their spaces for them to be able to do their work. So, Chair, I believe that this strengthening, the leadership had in their mind that this will strengthen these processes and will then reduce the challenges that we have. But head office supply chain management has been on the ground in provinces. As soon as these particular issues are picked up, then there is a post-audit action plan. We analyze the root causes in terms of this non-compliance, and we educate, and we also develop those that are working within the supply chain management space. Each and every division has a supply chain management group that is appointed to deal with procurement management, each and every province in this particular regard. So I believe that this is a collective responsibility from all managers who are in SAPS to ensure that then when this procurement takes place, it takes place within the confines of the rules that govern supply chain management.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Dimpane. Thank you. Before I'm being cut off.
Yeah, General Dimpane, stop speaking. May we please go to the next speaker? Is it you, Honorable Ntuli, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sangoni, who is the next speaker?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon once again.
The time expires at 5 minutes after 3.
Good afternoon again to the General, Lieutenant General Dimpane. No, I just want to make a follow-up on the question that my colleague has raised. With regard to your role as a CFO in combating on one hand, but equally in taking actions that makes it easier for the institution to avoid a situation of a huge irregular expenditure as you are confronted with at SAPS. Towards the end of your statement, I think it's paragraph 32, you are making references to the fact that you are saying there in that paragraph, I remain committed to my duties as a CFO of SAPS, ensuring financial integrity, transparency, and accountability. My actions concerning the irregular expenditure were proactive. I want to stop there. What is your understanding of the word proactive? What does it mean?
So, as I indicated, the bulk of this irregular expenditure would have been as a result of the bids that were awarded, and these are the functions that are performed at head office and by the BAC. So, as soon as such indications are put, or assurance providers would have picked these particular issues, I proactively approach and assist the accounting officer to then conduct these determination exercises and also to ensure that there are proper internal investigations so that we can hold the relevant people into account. Over and above that, I also coordinate all the post-audit action plans after the audit has been concluded, where I then have a steering committee that includes everyone, including supply chain management, where we monitor that all the findings that had been put on the table, whether by external auditors or internal auditors, are rectified and there is strengthening of internal controls. So we will interrogate the root causes of this non-compliance and make suggestions in terms of improvement of internal controls. I also participate in the risk management committees where we will then monitor these risks. Some of these risks you will find, they find expression, in particular irregular expenditure, it finds expression on the risk register that will highlight the fraud risks as well as the ethical risks. So those are the areas that we then monitor and call managers to account in terms of the lapses in internal controls. Over and above that, we then support initiatives in terms of education, in terms of ensuring that there's capacity for our members to be able to do their work properly when they handle the matters of procurement in the organization.
No, thanks, CFO. I take it that you are very much familiar with what the PFMA says, with reference in particular to what is called in the PFMA, there's a section that I'm looking for, but let me frame my question while I'm identifying it. Because the way you are explaining proactiveness, it appears to me, and you will tell me if my interpretation is wrong, that all your interventions were only initiated in response to a crisis, from what I'm understanding you to be saying. And I can see you are nodding negatively, means I didn't get you right. Because my reading of what you are saying, even as you were presenting it now verbally, you are making a lot of references to what you have acted to do or you have sought to do as a consequence of negative findings that were made. So maybe if you can explain a bit the aspect of you being proactive and the extent to which your proactiveness has actually helped you to produce the desired outcomes. And maybe make examples of how those outcomes would have otherwise been negative if it was not as a result of your own actions.
Our proactiveness would be a lot of interventions. I spoke about risk management, where we monitor risks such as fraud indicators as a result of non-compliance to procurement rules. We then strengthen and identify whether our internal controls are adequate as well as effective. Where we find gaps, we then make recommendations in terms of closing those particular gaps. Chair, you will note that there is a divisional commissioner responsible for supply chain management. So we work closely with the Office of Supply Chain Management to ensure that where there are internal control gaps, that puts the organization at a risk of non-compliance and ultimately incurring an unwanted expenditure. Those internal controls are strengthened through the work that we do within internal control, through the work that we do with the oversight structures, as well as ensuring that our members are well trained in this particular area. So we do work closely with supply chain management and we support all the initiatives in this regard. The issues of the tenders, what we have also done, having picked up that this is a vulnerable area, that exposes the department to reputational damage. We have also approached the National Commissioner in terms of strengthening the work that is done by the issues of surrounding the bids in this particular regard. So we have made a number of recommendations. We are supporting the issues of probity audits that have been introduced to ensure that before those tenders are awarded, then there is another layer of quality assessment. I do not serve in the BAC, Chair, so some of these particular processes would have arisen as a result of the work that would have been done by the BAC. Then the reactive part kicks in where one supports the accounting officer to ensure that relevant investigations are done and relevant reporting is done accurately in this regard.
Thank you. And then when the tender was cancelled, and given the fact that the service provider was meant to provide services which are a necessity for the institution, now the tender got cancelled because of all that we now know. Who provides the services now?
There is a process underway that is led by the end user. They are trying to establish an alternative procurement vehicles. I have learned that that process has kick-started. The process is currently undergoing probity audit to ensure that we avoid a similar scandal in this regard. So the end user is leading that particular process, assisted by supply chain management and the probity audit, auditing the entire process to ensure that when that process is, the outcome is finalized, there are no irregularities. So that process is currently unfolding, but it's led by the end user, which is human resource management.
What's the nature of that process? What's the nature of it?
In terms of the procurement vehicle?
Yeah, what exactly?
I believe they are currently embarking on a quotation process, and they have also requested parallel to that supply chain management to ensure that a long-term tender process is then put in place to ensure that we have these services and we are able to do our work. But it is led.
Are you confident that that process will not result in another wasteful expenditure?
It should not, Chair. It should not. Like I indicated, all the steps that the accounting officer has put in place, the introduction of the probity audit prior to award, the strengthened activities of the BAC, it should not. If it can have irregularities, then it will then mean we are dealing with something else. So all the steps and the processes that have been put in place and strengthened through the leadership of the accounting officer should make us not to have a similar repeat of this nature of irregularities.
Thank you. When Advocate Nhlanhla was leading you on the evidence, you gave an indication of the number of meetings that were convened in which you had to make a presentation for the minister about, I'm sure you recall that. Now I want to draw your attention to paragraph 19 of your statement, and I'm going to ask us to look at that paragraph as well as the first sentence of paragraph 20. So paragraph 19 says, all 5 of the mentioned presentations dealt with the budget framework, overall challenges and pressure points in the organization. I want to stop there on that one. Then on paragraph 20, I'm just taking one sentence. I've never spoken to the minister about the PKTT budget. Now, what I want to understand, you will forgive me, I'm not trained in finance. So what I want to understand is, how does it happen that a CFO can explain through a presentation budget framework, overall challenges, and pressure points without making references to what give rise to pressure points?
The presentations that we would have made to the executive authority would be dealing with matters at I would say a macro level or a strategic level. The issues of the task teams and interventions are operational issues that are normally dealt with by the relevant managers at operational level with the National Commission. So it is not a natural that you will have an operational matter in a presentation of that level. So we would orientate the minister in terms of the structure of the budget, the priorities, the alignment to the priorities, issues of the APP, and issues of scarcity or challenges, fiscal challenges, and the support that one would require. So the PKTT budget would be at the level where I discuss those issues with the National Commission as and when various applications are made. So I have made available the presentations just to indicate the orientation that we had made. We would explain in terms of how do we then apportion this, is our apportionment methodology fair, and what is the level of resourcing at head office versus the level of resourcing at local level, because you need resources at local level. So those would be strategic decisions or discussions that we carry out in those particular presentations.
Okay. My last question, Chair. On the, again on your statement, Lieutenant General, is paragraph 25, and I'm going to the sentence before the last one on paragraph 25. The one that begins by saying, I also wish to state clearly that I have not given anyone permission to access this submission, nor to utilize it in their own defense. Who are you talking about?
I think I heard it more being emphasized during the testimony of General Sibia, as well as I have seen it attached, I believe, in the defense of the minister as well. So I was not aware that such a document will be utilized in their defense.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant General.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Who is the next speaker? Honorable Nomval.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon,
At
General.
20 past 3, at 20 past 3, you stop speaking.
Okay.
General.
No, I will comply, Chair, that I can promise. In fact, today you will give me a standing ovation. How are you, General? Are you okay?
I'm okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the total amount that was paid for the Medicare contract is 48 million.
It was 48 million.
Correct, okay. Now, the SCM boss in SAPS, when he was here last week, we had an argument with him because he was so convinced that even though the expenditure hereof was irregular, but there was value for money. And my argument to him was that there was no value for money because in his statement, he said the contract or the service provider underperformed. That's what he said. And he said that the contract was terminated even before the underperformance was corrected. So what is your take on that?
The issues of the performance of the contract would have been dealt with by the end user working together with supply chain management. And I heard him explaining the definition of irregular expenditure to say this expenditure that is incurred in contravention to prescripts that relates to supply chain management. However, the service was rendered. So the issue of value for money, for me, as I indicated, those that would have requested these services, thereafter they receive invoices, they certify to say we have received services and we are happy with these services. And they load invoices on the system for payment. For me, the reason why we are pushing for this forensic investigation is to probe exactly this. To say, on the other hand, there is an indication to say there were matters that were reported to the supply chain boss and they were dealt with. On the other hand, the end user is certified that they are satisfied with the work that was done by this one. So there's a bit of a contradiction. So we want the investigation to then unearth these particular gaps and tell us what exactly happened in this particular regard. So that is why we are pushing for this, because it will tell us exactly to say, is the end user or did the end user certify things that they were not supposed to certify. Did anyone engage themselves in unethical conduct or the elements of fraud where they would have certified things where work was not done? So this investigation must give us that, and we need to deal with this without any fear or favor to ensure that this serves as a deterrent and we never get to this point again.
So a determination will be made by the report of the investigation.
The forensic investigation will tell us
Will make a
where
determination.
services indeed rendered and where those services services that we could actually say this was value for money.
Okay.
If people certified things and work was not done properly, then it means those people engage themselves in unethical conduct and they ought to be dealt with.
So if I get you correctly, you are saying at this stage you can't make that determination.
I can't make that determination.
Okay. On page 4, paragraph 10, you are making an indication that there's a new organizational structure which makes some amendments in the current structure. But specifically, this organizational structure makes the SCM to directly report to the CFO, to the CFO's office. And I think you went further to say it has not been implemented as yet. Now, do you find this, does this accord with rationality? Shouldn't the SCM unit be a distinct unit? Is it not going to overburden the CFO when you integrate the SCM unit into their office, into the office of the CFO? Are we not supposed to separate powers and the functions of the CFO and the SCM?
It will be a lot of work. As I indicated, SAPS is a huge institution. We have a big asset base. We have got issues that we need to deal with from a financial point of view. It will be a lot of work. I think the implementation in terms of this particular structure differs from department to department. In small departments, you will find supply chain management reporting to the CFO because it will not make any, it's not rational that supply chain is separate in a department that is deemed to be small. In a department as huge as SAPS, that was the rationale why it was split in the first place. But I believe the leadership have got a reason why this decision was taken in this particular regard. But it will be a lot of work. It will require all the hands on deck to ensure that we work together and we ensure that we uphold the law in terms of ensuring that people comply to supply chain prescriptions, but it will be a lot of work.
Yeah, because my view, my honest view is that this is not an ideal mechanism. If anything, it will overburden the CFO. I'm asking that because this committee has a responsibility to make recommendations on policy reforms. So you can lobby us if you are saying, based on experience, this is not going to help the situation. If anything, it will exacerbate problems that are intrinsic in the operations of SAPS. So I just wanted to give you that leeway or that liberty, but we are not making use of it. So tell me, do you have, is there a committee in SAPS called Irregular, Fruitless and Wasteful Expenditure Committee?
I'm responsible for the Fruitless and Wasteful Expenditure Register. I'm the custodian. So I do have a committee, a very vibrant committee that meets from time to time to ensure that we are on top of the situation. You will note that fruitless and wasteful expenditure has actually declined in this regard. We have made a lot of work. On the other hand, the irregular expenditure register is the custodian of supply chain management. When I came in 2019, I established that particular committee, and that particular committee is supposed to be a function, but I cannot confirm or vouch for its effectiveness at this point in time. We have since requested supply chain management to revive that committee and ensure that that committee is effective and it's able to assist us. However, supply chain management head office is present. They do go to provinces. They do assist in terms of these transactions that are there to ensure that where there is uncertainty at the cost center, they are then able to can guide those particular cost centers. So it was two different committees. We do have the fruitless and wasteful expenditure one that is within the space, and the irregular expenditure one that is within the supply chain management space.
Yeah, no, thank you for that comprehensive report. You know what, the approach in this conversation that we're having is that I'm trying to test all the amendments which have been put before this committee in relation to matters which are financially, which relate to finance in SAPS. Now, there is an issue here about the blue light contract in Gauteng of irregular expenditure. Have you ever come across any finding of irregular expenditure with regards to that contract? Blue lights in Gauteng, if you know it.
I think those were investigations that took place prior to my arrival in head office. I've heard about those investigations and I've heard about the outcomes and the irregularities in terms of those. But those would be investigations that would have commenced for my arrival in Gauteng.
No, I'm saying during your tenure, have you ever dealt with a matter similar to that? Maybe to give you a hint, I think that matter was part of the reasons for the suspension of the former acting national commissioner, General Puleng. Have you ever come, during your tenure, have you ever come across that kind of a situation?
I've heard about it. As I indicated, when I arrived, those processes were at the tail end. When I arrived in head office, they were at the tail end. And when I arrived, it was General Stoli who was the national commissioner. And I'm aware that those processes were were at the tail end in this regard.
You know, one thing as I'm landing and as I'm concluding, that I can commend in your statement, which is very commendable, is that you are not waffling and rambling. You are just dealing with issues which are related to your responsibility. And for that, you have made the work of this committee to be very easy. You are not dealing with a person who's all over the place talking about things she doesn't know anything about. So that's my compliment to you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you done, Honorable Nomvalo?
Please give me a standing ovation, Chair.
Are you done? Are you done?
Please stand up for me.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. I'm donating to Honorable Skosana.
I'm going to thank you at the end. Who is next?
Honorable Skosi.
Honorable Skosana, your time ends at 15:30.
But I don't think you had the Honorable
No, I'm saying your time ends at 15:30.
Yeah, but
the honorable member made a commitment even before he could say a letter. That he will not finish the
your
time.
benevolent ended in Cape Town anyway.
Your time expires at 15:30.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant General. My first question to you will be, it's amazing that you are a Chief Financial Officer, but you don't sit on a bid adjudication committee. Why?
The circular from National Treasury says the bid adjudication committee may be chaired by the CFO. It doesn't say must. As I indicated, with the structure within the organization, you have supply chain management that is separate with its own divisional commissioner and a CFO that is separate. So that is a structural decision by the organization to say, because supply chain has its own divisional commissioner, the divisional commissioner will chair. So the rules from Treasury indicates that it may. So I believe it leaves room for discretion in terms of a department.
So I'll be wrong to ask you why tenders, like for instance, the parts, which has been going on for some time, which is all parts, if I remember. There was an AutoZone before who religiously have a tender for over a decade. as we speak here, I think that tender has expired as well. And why so? Why the deadlines? You know, I know that there's that 180 days extension, but why? Because you know that the tender on this particular day is going to end. You have to advertise it early, but you leave it until late. Hence, there's the so-called the capture in this government departments.
There are processes in place, Chairperson, that are regulated by, I believe, during the era of General Setole, there was a contract management strategy that was put in place and a contract management committee. And supply chain management have a system in place where they will notify the end user 12 months before the expiry of that contract to say, end user, this contract is coming to an end. What are you going to do about it? It's end users who do not do, there are inefficiencies, they make the system to be inefficient. So supply chain management does in writing, and I've seen them informing the end users to say, your procurement vehicle in terms of this particular tender is coming to an end. We want feedback from you in terms of the way forward. It's just inefficiencies in the system. So there are processes in place to pick up those, and supply chain management is monitoring those particular issues.
Do you agree that there's you need to improve on that?
We need to. There are inefficiencies, whether deliberate or not, those are the issues. But there needs to be an improvement in that area.
No, there is inefficiency on that.
Yes.
I can guarantee you if we agree to each other on that one. And do you participate in or anyway chair the SAPS committee on irregular and wasteful expenditure?
No, Chair.
What are the roles and responsibility of the wasteful irregular expenditure committee, the current one?
As I indicated, Chair, that we have separated these committees. There is a fruitless and wasteful expenditure committee that it is being managed within my environment, and irregular expenditure is managed within a general finance environment. As I indicated, in 2019 when I came, I established that particular committee. And I cannot vouch for its effectiveness at this point in time. However, we have spoken to supply chain management to say, those are some of the structures that we must not allow them to collapse or die, because they assist us to ensure that then we have an extra eye and we monitor and hold people to account in this regard.
So you say you can't vouch for
I do not chair the irregular expenditure.
No, what I'm saying, you said you established that.
Yes.
But you cannot vouch for.
I established it when supply chain was still my responsibility. Remember when I came in 2019, supply chain and finance were together, and then the structure separated them. So since then I was not responsible for supply chain management. I cannot vouch for its effectiveness. If it was effective, I would have to be part of it, but there's not been meetings that I'm aware of that has taken place in terms of that committee. However, we have recruited supply chain management to ensure that we don't allow processes and internal controls to have gaps unnecessarily. So that is an area that must be improved in this regard, Chair.
Thank you. Lieutenant General, as you know that we have limited times, and I understand that some of my questions will just thrown out of the window. But let me ask you, what were the findings in relating to the Gauteng blue light contract?
Chair, as I indicated, when I came in to take over as head office, those investigations were concluded in this regard. People were undergoing those processes in terms of discipline and so on and so on. So I am not more conversant in terms of the actual findings that were made through those investigations, because when I came in 2019, those processes were concluded. However, some of those contracts were deemed to be irregular and they were reported as such.
So in terms of the processes, you were not involved in awarding of that blue?
I was still in the province.
In the province?
Yes.
Which province? Free State?
Free State.
Yes. Who signed the blue light contracts? I think by now you know, because as a CFO, when this matter was raised and this matter is in court and people were arrested, obviously you have the knowledge.
I would believe that it would be the then chairperson of the BAC, whoever was the chairperson of the BAC, because in terms of the delegations as outlined by General Fani, the chairperson of SAPS, the chairperson of the BAC is then delegated the powers to then sign these contracts on behalf of the accounting officer.
So let me put it to you. So it would be wrong for anyone to blame the acting then National Co-Commissioner General Patlana.
When you read section 4 of the Public Finance Management that talks about delegation of authority, it says the accounting officer has got specific responsibilities, but he can delegate those responsibilities. However, it does not divest the accounting officer from responsibility as a result of the conducting of the work of those that he would have delegated this. So the accounting officer remains accountable in terms of his or her roles as outlined in PFMA. So when you delegate, it does not divest you from responsibilities of those that would have been doing the work on your behalf.
So it was not for Gauteng. Then I think the provincial commissioner was Dilang, if I remember well.
Sorry, Chair?
What I'm asking is that the responsibility lies then with the provincial co-commissioner, or, as you said, it lies with the national commissioner as an accounting officer.
The accounting officer takes the ultimate accountability. And then he has the responsibility to ensure that those that are responsible for those lapses are held to account.
But if I may ask, like you as a CFO, you must take responsibility as well in matters relating to finances of South African Police Service, am I right?
If I'm found to have erred or...
No, I'm asking, is that like you, the responsibility, it's your responsibility to make sure that the finances of SAPS are above a reproach?
Yes.
Now, have then, in your knowledge, the acting national commissioner signed that contract?
I cannot comment on that. I have not seen who has signed the contract. Hence I said, since I started, I have learned that the structure in SAPS allows for the national commissioner to delegate those responsibilities to the BAC chairperson. So I have not seen it with my eyes in terms of who exactly signed that particular contract.
So in your view, let me put it to you, or if I may ask, if he has not signed that contract, should he be responsible for that contract?
I would repeat, if he had delegated functions to a specific group of people to execute responsibilities on his behalf, the ultimate accountability rests with him. It would then be incumbent upon him to deal with those that would have failed in the execution of those delegated responsibilities.
So in other words, for him to be fired, you say it was correct in your view?
I am not saying that.
No, I'm just asking.
I'm not saying that.
I'm
not privy to the aspects that were taken into account during his processes that were dealt with.
Yeah, but if it was only fired for that, what's your view on that?
I'm not aware in terms of what was taken into account to come.
No, I'm saying if he was fired for that, what's your view on that?
Chair, I don't think I have a view, because I am not privy to the reasons that were on the table in terms of his release.
Did SAPS have value for that contract in your view? Or you had no interest at all to know exactly what happened?
Which contract, Chair?
The blue light contract.
Chair, I am repeating that that particular investigation was concluded while I was still in the province. And those processes of investigations and consequence management were unfolding and were at the tail end when I arrived. So it is a matter that I have not set aside time to interrogate because we then allowed those processes to then take their own course. So when I came in 2019, I then dealt with other processes, a matter that I have not set time aside to interrogate.
Yeah, I understand you distance yourself completely, but you've been long in the SAP as CFO. And when all these matters went to court, obviously, I mean, as a CFO, the interest of knowing exactly what happened. But let me ask you, as a Chief Financial Officer, are you playing any role in coordinating the work of the Audit General with SAPS?
Yes.
If so, what's your role?
I play the biggest role in terms of coordinating all audit activities, including the Office of the Auditor General. I am the nodal point for SAPS to ensure that the audit activities run smoothly, from the engagement letter to the audit strategy to coordinating all stakeholders in the SAPS to ensure that we cooperate with the assurance providers, as well as ensuring that there is effectiveness of the running of the audit committee of SAPS.
You know, because today the chair was not giving us enough time, you know, but let's continue. You know, there is a specific material irregularities relating to a 24 million payment to a supplier of breaching the contract. Can you provide, do you know about that?
I am aware of that matter.
What led to that material irregularity?
As I indicated when I came in, those were the investigations that were dealt with. I have learned that it was an issue where SAPS would have awarded a contract but failed to participate in that particular contract, and the service provider took SAPS to court, and the issue of breach of contract was put on the table.
So which might lead to an irregular expenditure again, or?
It was a breach of contract, the 24 million, as a result of SAPS not having utilized that particular contract. We had raised, I believe there was an amount that we raised as fruitless expenditure out of this entire process as well.
Now, you know, there was this so-called Operation Vula, Umkoti, which were not used to solve crime, in my view, but was to rescue the Zamazamas, who illegally ventured into those abandoned mines. And the kingpins of those abandoned mines are still not being arrested as we speak. Do you agree with me on that?
The operational environment will be best suited to respond to the issues of kingpins and who has been arrested in this regard.
Yeah, but CFO, remember, in terms of the expenditure and the budget of SAPS, you are responsible for it. To help the national, as you said, the accounting officer. You can't distance yourself from everything. That it's not your responsibility. You don't know about anything. It can't be. But let me put it to you. Remember, people were complaining about the budget of the PKTT. What's your take on that? Because for me, of what I'm seeing, the 436 million or 438 million is value for money, as compared to what I'm talking about now, the Zamazama issue. That the Zamazama issue, the issue was not to arrest those people who are committing crime. It was more about saving the illegal people. And the kingpins, as I said earlier, as you say, it's not your responsibility. That whether they are arrested or not, you don't know. But I'm putting it to you that they are not. So from where I'm sitting, when there's an additional amount which the PKTT, which has successes, which makes sense, that it has to be funded, whether it goes all over the province is another debate. But I must say to you now that as well, I think collectively so, you have to take responsibility on other matters to improve the integrity of SAPS. Do you agree with me on that one?
We have funded the PKTT, as I indicated.
May you please stop speaking, Lieutenant Dimpane. It's now 15:30. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you.
We use one watch in this meeting. The only correct watch in this meeting is the watch of the chairperson.
For a month.
No. The other horologies have lost time. May we please take Honorable Malema?
Chair, there is another watch on the wall there.
Yeah,
for all to see.
Those watches, forget them. Allow the watch of the chair to reign. Can we then take, is it you, Honorable Breitenbach, or Honorable Cameron?
I'm donating my time to Honorable Cameron.
Okay. So, Honorable Cameron, is now 15:30. you run until 16 hours if she donates her time to you. So it means only one person will speak. Yes. 15 minutes plus 15 minutes is 30 minutes, your time has started. That caucus must disband there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. We've got a very strict chair today. General, just to get context, according to the new SAPS organizational structure, supply chain management now appears to fall under financial management services. Can you confirm whether SEM now reports directly to you as CFO, and what level this reporting line has been, what level has it been formalized?
As I indicated, Chair, on paragraph 10, that since May this year, a new organizational structure has been approved, and this amends the reporting lines of the division supply chain management directly to the CFO. This is my understanding that this particular organizational structure had to follow restructuring processes. There needed to be restructuring processes where all the relevant stakeholders will sit and then deal with this particular restructuring processes. I have not seen any real implementation to this end. Even for this year, I have signed a performance agreement with the National Commissioner that only has my responsibility. So I believe conversations and preparations in terms of full implementation of the structure are continuing, and then as soon as everything is finalized, then one will then embark on that particular process. But for this year, my performance agreement only has financial management responsibilities.
Thanks, General. General, in terms of the Divisional Commissioner for SEM, Lieutenant General Fani, would he then fall under your governance authority, or do they, and now this is after implementation, as you understand it, does SEM continue to operate with semi-autonomous discretion despite the restructuring?
We have asked those questions because myself and Lieutenant General Fani are the same rank. I have asked those questions precisely for purposes of dealing with issues that talks to performance management. Naturally, in a department, the same rank cannot report to another rank. So those are the issues that must still be outlined and sorted out by the Human Resource Department as well as OD. I've written to them to say, explain to me, how do we then implement this if Lieutenant General Fani is still there and myself and Lieutenant General Fani are the same rank? How do we then deal with issues of performance management? Who signs performance agreement against who? Because other various policies in the organization will then talk about the divisional commissioner must do X. Now, if General Fani is there, is the divisional commissioner, and he reports to me, and we are the same rank, how do we then deal with the aspects of such other policies in this regard? So I've written to legal, I've written to OD, I've written to HR, because I need clarity. So that then when we implement this, we implement it and there are no legal comebacks and issues and grievances that will come. So I await with anticipation to get proper guidance in terms of those structures that are responsible for this. What do we do? Because myself and Lieutenant General Fani are on the same level.
Thanks, General. General, for the past decade, especially when you look at fruitless and wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure, SEM operated as an autonomous, I'd like to call it a fiefdom, functioning parallel to PFMA controls. What concrete preventative measures have you introduced to stop SEM from bypassing internal audit? As we've seen with the findings regarding the Tembisa or the Medicare contract specifically, it was very clear that there were significant bypasses. And apart from bypassing internal audit also include legal services, risk management, and even your own financial controls.
This entire accountability ecosystem must function. It must work together. Hence, I indicated that we also see this when you look at the fraud and risk, fraud risk indicators, ethics risk indicators, that you then begin to understand that we have problems in the organization. So we bring all this accountability ecosystem together. We have conversations with the National Commissioner, hence we have working together with the Chief Risk Officer put a proposal to the National Commissioner in terms of strengthening internal control system. And we have implemented or are implementing, though not fully, internal control unit within my space, and this is a unit that then monitors the issues of compliance, intervenes where there is a need to intervene in this regard. So we do work together. There are controls in place, Chair, in SAPS. The issue is override by people and lack of consequence management, direct consequence management and accountability. So if we can sort out those issues and lead, and there's a tone at the top to say some of the things we are not supposed to tolerate as the SAPS leadership, I believe we will be able to deal with these particular issues. So we do work well with supply chain management. There are various forums. There is combined assurance forums. There is probity audits that the National Commissioner has introduced. We are supporting those processes to ensure that then we are able to can be proactive to pick up where there are gaps in the internal controls and we close those particular gaps. We do have a very effective risk management committee as well as audit committee. They keep us on our toes in terms of ensuring that we account for our actions in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. General, at the moment, and this is what we heard from the Auditor General just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, SAPS currently has almost 2.5 billion in investigated irregular expenditure, uninvestigated irregular expenditure, that has not been escalated to the relevant authority for finalization. Why has this not occurred? And what is what timeline do you see or would you commit for to close these matters?
As I explained before, the history of this 2.4 billion that is lying on Part E of our annual report. If I'm correct, there's about 275 transactions lying there. The National Commissioner has instructed supply chain management to unpack and allocate these transactions to everyone, so that then there is accountability. There has been efforts, Chair, where around 111 transactions were submitted to National Treasury as the condoning authority. Upon interrogation, it may appear that National Treasury returned some of those transactions because of other information that was missing. So if you send to the condoning authority, you need to ensure that there is compliance in terms of the National Treasury framework. You should have investigated, there should have been discipline, you should have confirmed that there was no fraud, there was no corruption and all those things, and there was value for money. So when we interrogate with supply chain management, what exactly is the hold-up? Because there is a bit of a slow process in dealing with this. They indicate that about 111 of such transactions were submitted to the condoning authority, and some of them, around 73, were returned because the National Treasury could not confirm the issues surrounding value for money. So subsequently, we have then requested the National Commissioner to delegate me in writing so that I can support supply chain management. During September, we have had a very progressive meeting with National Treasury. There is a team there that is willing to support us. They have given us directions and guidance in terms of how to deal with this. However, the ones that would have been returned by National Treasury without condonement, this delegation then gives me the authority, gives the accounting officer the authority to remove these transactions from the books. However, it is not just going to be a removal. You need to ensure that there's compliance in terms of paragraph 5.6 of the National Treasury framework, where there is a confirmation that indeed value was achieved, services were rendered, there was no fraud, the department did not suffer losses, and the relevant person who caused this irregular expenditure was held to account. So we have started that process. To this end. By Friday, the first 50 files are coming to me to sit with supply chain management to ensure that then we embark on this process. If we can deal with this 111, there are others that are already en route, others are with National Treasury to then deal with this condonement. Once they are condoned, then you are able to remove them from the register. Of the 2.4 billion, there is about 4 transactions that constitute 64% that are lying there. One has been condoned by National Treasury, therefore it will be removed. There's 2 that has been submitted to National Treasury. We are awaiting a response in this regard. I think there is another one, the RT 69, That is a contract, that is a transversal contract that the department had committed and that they are participating in, and then ultimately they withdrew without following the rules and so on and so on, and we declared that particular action irregular. 7 million, if my memory serves me right. The National Commission has appointed an investigator to deal with the discipline part. And I suspect that by now that investigator should be done so that then we can unpack in terms of the disciplinary investigation who must be held accountable in this regard. So once we then deal with this 237 of RT 69, then we would have dealt with the bulk of this. So the 4 transactions that constitutes 64% is actually 1.9 billion. If we can deal with this 4, we will see a movement in this, but we acknowledge the support that National Treasury is assisting us with. The team of General Fani is continuously engaging with National Treasury to ensure that then they assist us with those that we have submitted. I will be dealing with the ones that went to Treasury and Treasury did not condone them. So I will need to ensure that I support the accounting officer to deal with these things and we clean this part E that is lying on our annual report.
Okay, General, 1 or 2 more questions. Just in terms of this word accountability, when it comes to SEM specifically, and I keep referring to that because out of the 6 of the material irregularities found by the Auditor General, I think 4 of them were under SEM, if I'm not mistaken. Would you support the Auditor General issuing a certificate of debt against the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain?
Since the Audit Amendment Act, the Auditor General has raised 5 material irregularities in the department. The process allows the accounting officer to put actions, their recommendations. The process allows the accounting officer to put action and to give feedback to the Auditor General. We are coordinating and supporting the accounting officer to give that feedback. I believe out of the 5, the accounting officer has up to so far been able to give sufficient feedback, of which Auditor General has been satisfied with such feedback. To this end, 1 material irregularity has been resolved. We are left with 4. Of the 4 that are left with, the accounting officer is required by AGSA to provide continuous feedback. They assess it, they give us feedback. Up to so far, they have been satisfied with the feedback that the accounting officer has given, and the 4 will then be monitored or followed up in the next new audit cycle in this regard. It is an area that we take seriously. We support the accounting officer and we ensure that those actions that were recommended by the AGSA to the accounting officer are implemented and implemented to the latter. In the event the accounting officer fails to implement those recommendations and there is no cooperation, the Audit Act empowers the AGSA then to issue the certificate of debt to the accounting officer. Up to so far, we have not arrived at that point where the accounting officer is not cooperating. He is cooperating, of course, with the support of all of us.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair. No more questions.
Honorable Cameron, have you asked all the questions you had on your list? Okay. Honorable Malema, your time starts now. It ends at 16 hours. Honorable Matthys, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Lieutenant General. There's been 11 task teams. Well, as of now, there's 11 task teams. Have any of these task teams have had their financials audited, like as a task team, rather than part of the biggest SAPS audit?
The allocation of these funds, as I indicated earlier this morning, is allocated to the National Operational Center, which is a unit within Program 2. So when Program 2 is audited, all expenses...
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because I have a little time, right? just individually, so if we go to the PKTT, is there a financial, has there ever been just an audited statement done by the AG for each of them? No.
The
It's part
AG
of the bigger programs?
No, yeah.
Okay. Can you, as the CFO, do you have the mandate to request or have those individual budgets that have been allocated to these task teams or to any particular program audited independently by the AG in particular?
I can request, we do have a very effective internal audit. I can request if I suspect that there is...
Have you?
No, I have not.
Even now for the PKTT, after it has been all over the news, you haven't requested, at least I would have thought you would even go to the AG and say, AG, please, here's this document, please audit. I'm going to the ad hoc committee and probably to the commission.
I think in October, I would, in October I had, when I was hearing all these indications in terms of the PKTT and expenditures, I then appointed a brigadier to conduct a determination for me so that I also have an understanding as to what is going on in this regard.
Okay.
The brigadier,
I'm going to cut you off and I'm not being rude. I just wanted to know whether you went to the Auditor General rather than to do it internally. No.
Not the Auditor General. I just wanted
But do you have access to be able to do that also with the Medicare 2024? Because from what I understand, it's the audit process, you are doing it internally, the forensic audit.
Yes, the Auditor General has already looked into the Medicare 24.
Forensically, or it was just part of the overall?
It was part of the normal audit.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes,
so it wasn't audited by the Auditor General. Would you consider having that done independently, both for the PKTT, specifically since we have both an ad hoc committee and a commission set up? Would you consider approaching the Auditor General to audit this, also in line of not just the financial spending, but also the impact?
It's not a problem. If such a need arises, we could do that. I spoke earlier about the issue of the impact assessment, that we have already tasked our research unit to then conduct the impact assessment, but it will not be harm if we could request an independent assessment of such processes.
Okay. So you don't see a need at the moment?
At the moment, as I indicated, I had already identified an experienced official to do an assessment.
No, I'm saying outside of internally. I'm saying externally. You don't see the need at the moment to approach the Auditor General to do a forensic audit on both the Medicare 24 and the PKTT.
The Medicare 24, there is already a forensic investigation. The PKTT...
But it's not the AG.
Yeah, it's not the AG,
Yeah, okay.
but it is our forensic. We do have capacity in terms of our own forensic audit, and they do collaborate with AGSA where there is a need for them to collaborate. So the outcome of this particular report will then determine if there is a need for us to even go further in this regard. But we believe that the current investigation, because it's also running parallel with a criminal investigation, will be sufficient to unearth whatever gaps that would have happened, and it will empower us to then take steps in this regard.
Thank you, CFO. Paragraph 14 to 16, we have the breakdown and expenditure comparisons between the PKTT and a few other task teams. So would you agree that the interventions, such as the stabilization operations, there was the gang interventions, major deployments, the PKTT was actually not funded excessively in comparison with the others, or did you just choose those ones because they were funded highly?
No, it was not funded extensively.
Okay.
We tried to compare apples with apples. When we look at this, it's within the same range.
So your concerns about so when you kept raising your concerns on the information notes when the request came in for the funding, was it on the amount of money that was spent, or was it more in relation to the time? Because we were now, the period that the team was going on, we were going on to 5 years now. What was your concern?
My concern was that clearly this task team was established to deal with it was a temporary task team. It was established to deal with a specific problem, but this problem is not going away. It is not. Actually, it might even be bigger than we realize. Now, for us to be able to support this team, let's have a permanent team. And if you have it as a permanent standalone team, then you are able to resource it properly and you are able to budget for it properly, as opposed to not knowing whether it will exist in the next 3 months or not. So it was from a budget point of view in this regard. However, over the years, we have had fiscal challenges where we have seen our operational budget being reduced in this regard. So these are general concerns that one would raise in all areas of operations in the police, including these task teams, where you have cost containment measures or policies that are approved by the accounting officer, and everyone is expected to then comply to those cost containment policies to ensure that we prevent overspending or unauthorized expenditure to incur in the department. So these are not unusual. We always raise this to ensure that everyone accounts to the resources that are given to them, and we are able to account to taxpayers' monies.
Why do you think after 5 years the team wasn't set up to be permanent? What, in your opinion, why do you think the National Commissioner didn't move in that direction?
Perhaps the National Commissioner will be in a best position to respond to that. There is operational work and decisions that would have been taken as and when they evaluate from time to time, and they would have come to a conclusion to say this team must continue. So those perhaps in the operational space could shed more light in this particular regard. The concerns I raised was mainly from a budget point of view, because it then makes it a bit challenging if you operate a team in this particular model. But I believe there was work that was to be done, and decisions and evaluations and agreements would have been taken at operational level, having considered those issues, perhaps the intelligence issues from the project leader and so on and so on. So the National Commissioner, as well as the project leader and the head of operations, would perhaps be in a best position to can elaborate further in this regard.
Okay. And then just quickly, you speak about a work study report that you would have liked to be done. Do you know that there was another work study report that the minister was influenced by, the 2019 work study report that he said he used as one of the reasons for disbanding the PKTT? Are you aware of that work study report?
I'm aware of that work study report, and I believe I had signed or made comments within that work study report, and it was talking about enhancing capacity in terms of detective units and so on and so on. I'm aware of that report.
So why did you want another one? Was that one not efficient?
This one, for me, it was in particular on issues that are dealing with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay.
So clearly there is a problem that is not going away. From a budget point of view, I can't be receiving applications every 2 months, every 3 months. Then it means we are not resourcing this team properly. In terms of decisions to say this work of the PKT team must then find expression in some units, that is the decision that is not taken by me. It is taken by the heads of crime detection. In this regard, it might be the Deputy National Commissioner working together with his management, and those decisions would then be taken by the National Commissioner in this regard. What I needed was stability for this team and to ensure that resources are given and there is accountability should those resources be not utilized effectively.
So in your view, the 2019 work study report that the minister used as one of his reasons to disband was inefficient to deal with the issue of political killings task team in particular?
Perhaps that the decision to then implement that work study would have been a decision that the minister would have discussed with the National Commission.
Okay. Quickly, and on one of my favorite matters, we had Lieutenant General Fani here, and he explained in detail, SAPS procurement, which was a blow to an average South African's head's minds. But SAPS outsources. You even outsource toilet paper. Like you outsource toilet paper. So in your experience as a CFO, and it's vast, do you agree that there's an over-reliant on outsourcing? And this is, well, number one, it leads to higher costs. Number two, we are sitting here because of tenders. It either leads to corruption, and then corruption obviously leads to murders. So given your experience, what in SAPS can be insourced and we should be able to build capacity? We are spending ridiculous amounts of money, even starting with this Medicare 24. That is the permanent, it's a core service of SAPS. In your opinion, as a CFO, how much money would we be able to save? I know we'll be putting you on the spot here, but if we were able to build capacity of SAPS just to be able to provide that, we probably wouldn't even be sitting here today, and we wouldn't have someone sitting in prison and sitting here if this thing of tenders.
Building capacity in terms of issues of insourcing requires massive undertaking from a fiscal point of view, from hiring personnel that are capable of carrying out those activities. I believe strategies are there to be reviewed. If you have employed a specific strategy and it's not working out for you, as an accounting officer or executive management, there is nothing stopping you from time to time pausing and interrogating why is it that this particular model or strategy is not working for me, and taking different decisions. We have insourced before, our securities are insourced, our cleaners are insourced, and previously they were run in terms of contracts. So it is possible as organizations and institutions from time to sit and pause. And in particular, linking all this to risk management and efficiencies in the processes. But it requires the will, it requires resources in this particular regard, and capabilities that will then be in a position to can run with that you want to insource. As I indicate, insourcing has taken place before. We are insourcing our securities as well as our cleaners.
So all your security is insourced?
Yes.
Since when? Or has it always been that way?
It was outsourced prior to my arrival. I can't exactly remember the date when this insourcing did take place, but they are insourced.
So all the police stations, not just headquarters, all the police stations, yes. It's all insourced. Cleaners?
Yes.
Oh, well done, SAPS. But can we also insource Medicare 2024? And toilet paper.
It is a conversation that perhaps the organization must begin to sit around the table and engage in this particular conversation. I would certainly participate in such a conversation.
Yeah, we need an EFF government for that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthijs. Bangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Lieutenant General. I don't have a lot of questions, but I just want to know where you got that money from to actually continue to fund the operations of the PKTT over a period of time when it was not budgeted for.
As I had indicated, after we receive our allocation from National Treasury, we embark on a massive process where we then apportion this allocation to cost centers. We do have a National Operation Coordination Center where we will allocate funding for various interventions in this regard. Within these financial constraints, then you embark on a reprioritization exercise. You will then look at the areas where you can save and ensure that there is money to support operations. So it is a continuous exercise that you do. You allocate, you identify priorities, operational priorities, you engage with the accounting officer, and you are able to can then support this. But of course, that means other priorities have to, because you do have competing priorities, you will then have other priorities at the back foot in this particular regard. So it is an exercise that we embark upon to ensure that the or the money that we have, we extend it to ensure that we do our work and we are able to support all the priorities as would have been approved.
Thank you, General. You consistently raised your concerns to the National Commissioner about the expenditure patterns of the PKTT, but you are conspicuously silent about other operations, special teams such as the illicit mining, which over a period of 2.5 years had actually, spent more than R1 billion. Why is that?
I raise concerns on almost all these interventions. You will see that on my annexures, there would be submissions made to the accounting officer where all these interventions would have been assessed in this regard. So for the purposes of this testimony, I was requested to focus on the PKTT. The illicit mining is a newly established intervention, as I indicated, and we appreciate that the CARA committee was able to approve these funds for us to be able to can intervene in provinces that are battling with this particular issue. So this is special funding that was earmarked and allocated from CARA funding to say, US law enforcement go and deal with issues of illicit mining in this particular regard. So this money is specifically for that. It is allocated for that, and we expect that it is managed and there is accountability in this regard. So it's earmarked for that particular specific operation, because when we applied, we said, CARA committee, we want to have interventions that will then assist us as law enforcement to deal with this problem that is troubling us across provinces. So approval was granted to say this funding is specific for this particular operation. If you want to depart and take this money, utilize it somewhere, you must go back to CARA committee to explain and to get approval in this regard.
Thank you, General. In your interaction with the National Commissioner over the budgetary issues as they affect the PKTT, you actually had always recommended that the PKTT should be deactivated. That's the word you used.
Not always, Chair.
But there are a number of times.
It's only once, Chair.
In your statement.
It's only once.
Okay, but you had actually called for the deactivation of the PKTT. And my concern is that somewhere in paragraph 13.14 of your evidence, you are actually saying that when I made these comments, the comments that we have just been talking about, I was not briefed, nor was I aware of the work of the PKTT. How would you call for the deactivation of something whose work you are not familiar with?
In other provinces, Chair, the context that I want to give is that my comments were saying deactivate a temporary structure, put together a permanent structure, give it to General Mkhwanazi in KZN, because it was, my understanding was that it was established to deal with the problems in KZN. It has since emerged that it is then, the scope has been extended. In those operational decisions, I am normally not called. It will be operational decisions where the project leader briefs the National Commissioner and those that are supposed to be briefed. So decisions will be taken to say this particular work of the PKTT extends beyond KwaZulu-Natal. They are now in other provinces. So where we differed with the National Commissioner was saying, this team cannot be localized in KwaZulu-Natal. Clearly he knew the decisions that they had taken. Clearly, he knew the operational work that this team is dealing with in terms of the expansion of the scope. Those are the discussions that normally I would not be invited to such operational meetings, but I take cue and guidance from the meeting office. I will make comment from a budget point of view and a planning point of view, but the operational decisions are the National Commissioner. I can't instruct the National Commissioner to say, close this team. It is not my decision. So clearly he knew that the work this team is doing well and the work goes beyond KwaZulu-Natal. This is why it cannot be localized in KwaZulu-Natal. So the ultimate decision maker is the National Commissioner. That is why when I raise concerns with the relevant managers, they will go back, they will convene themselves through the National Crime Combating Forum, evaluate this. They will sit and evaluate and take decisions and go and approach the National Commissioner to say, we have evaluated this. We believe that the crime threat still exists and this team must continue. And the National Commissioner will agree. They will put together a request for additional funding, which will come to me, and we will then interact with the National Commissioner and support the efforts in terms of crime fighting.
General, one of the reasons advanced by the minister when he was here, or even in his directive to disband the PKTT, was that it was a financial drain, which has caused a lot of pressure on the budget. And a point which was supported by even Mary Haas, that this task team had actually outlived its usefulness, and therefore it must be disbanded. So I was just wondering that in the context of your continued, concern about its spending pattern,
it was not
what was your reaction when you heard on the 2nd of January that indeed it had actually been disbanded?
I want to put it on record that that concern was not continued. The comment was made once. And I had reasons, and I've explained the reasons throughout this testimony in terms of what was my reasoning for that. It was once. In terms of the testimony of the minister, I can confirm that the minister has never asked me about the PKTT budget, nor have he ever requested that I provide reports and analysis in terms of the task teams. Those are the conversations that I have with the National Commissioner as I report to the National Commissioner.
Of your statement, General, you are actually saying that you never had any interaction with the minister about the financial issues relating to the PKTT. Then I wonder where he got the information from to base his decision to actually disband, if it was not from the CFO of the organization.
I cannot vouch for that, Chair.
I'm not saying that it would have been wrong for you to share that information with the minister. I mean, the minister is a minister of the department. But you categorically actually said that you have never shared that information.
On the PKTT.
Thank you. Okay. When General Sbiya was here, he told us that Mr. Nhlanhla is very familiar in the corridors of the SAPS, echelons there. Do you know, have you ever met Mr. Nhlanhla?
I have never met Mr. Nhlanhla. I do not know Mr. Nhlanhla.
General Sbiya also went on to tell us that Mr. Nhlanhla actually came to visit him in his office in the company of his lawyer to complain about the non-payment that was outstanding from SAPS. And I imagine that would actually be a matter that needed the attention of the CFO. Did you not meet Mr. Nhlanhla on that particular day?
No, Chair.
Okay. Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That's all I had for the General. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Just a quick follow-up, Chair, on the insourcing of security, because the CFO must remember she's under oath. She just answered that she has insourced all the securities everywhere, not only at office and cleaners. I just wanted to be sure about that because it doesn't look like that is the case.
I'm not aware of any tender or any project that has been undertaken by the department in relation to security services. I'm not aware. I'm aware that I do have securities that are on my payroll.
But I'm told that the KZN building, provincial office, is looked after by private security.
By?
Private security.
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you now. I don't know if the witness is hearing you.
Should I change? Oh, that's better.
Are you hearing Honorable Sols, General Dimpane? Can you hear him?
It's very soft, Chair.
Very soft. Should I change seats with Honorable?
You can come and sit here.
No. I'm too small for that seat, Chair.
The last person who sat next to me was Miss Meriti Haas.
Is this better, General?
It is better, Chair.
Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
General, the testimony of Minister Mkhunu, in his testimony he claimed that the PKTT has shown budget inefficiencies and rising costs. And for this reason, that was one of the reasons why he called for disbandment. Do you agree with him?
I have not discussed the budget of the PKTT with the Minister as the CFO.
But based on your knowledge of the cost implications, do you agree with him?
As we had indicated on Annexure B and a comparison that we had made, these are the normal operational costs that interventions as well as task teams will incur in this regard to deal with crime patterns as well as crime threats that would have been identified by the National Commissioner working together with his operational teams. So these are the costs that we normally spend. However, it does not necessarily mean that if there is a task team that is established and funding is available, then there shouldn't be systems in place to ensure that there are efficiencies as well as cost control or cost containment in this particular regard. But when you look at other task teams there, depending on the decisions that would have been taken, whether to demobilize or to reduce the number of personnel that will have been deployed, these are some of the normal costs that we normally incur. And I take cue from the National Commissioner together with his operational teams, because they are the ones who are responsible to ensure that they prevent and combat crime in this country. If they sit in their operational meetings and they evaluate and they come to a
Sorry,
conclusion.
General, sorry. Just because the time is very short, does what you just explained, does it mean you agree or you disagree with the Minister?
I would not know how the minister would have come to that conclusion without a report or an indication being made to him.
Well, he's making an allegation, and that's what we are testing here. He's making an allegation. You are the authority on saying whether that allegation is true or not. So he says the PKTT has shown budget inefficiencies and rising costs. He made an allegation. Now I'm asking you to either confirm it or not. You are the authority there to say, no, minister's wrong. There's no budget inefficiencies there.
I cannot confirm because the decision, operational decisions are taken by the accounting officer, unless if he would have engaged the accounting officer.
So you don't have a position, you don't have a position of agreement or disagreement with the statement, no? Okay, let's look at your statement in paragraph 13.3. Let's see whether it is indeed true that you don't have such concerns. Paragraph 13.3, you say that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi made a submission that he signed for 58.5 million rand. And then you say, at the time, the DNC responsible for policing was General Masimola, who is now the National Commissioner. And he signed, and General, is it Tumani that signed and wrote the recommendation, but you then raised the concern to say that there was 2 signatures missing, but it was submitted to your office, and you raised the concern. Is that correct?
It's incorrect. I've never raised any concern about missing signatures.
You raised the concern here.
It's not a concern. I'm just articulating what was sitting on that submission.
Okay, so are you saying that that request did not require the signatures of...
It did. This is the record or the document that I do have.
So I'm asking you, if it did require, if the normal process is that those signatures are required, is that correct for them to do?
I did not raise any concern. The ultimate approval in terms of these expenses was done by the National Commissioner. From time to time, the operational environment, they evaluate these interventions, and they then are requested to put together either requests for funding or reports, progress reports to the National Commissioner. So I did not raise any concern in terms of this. It's just a document that I'm indicating that where this matter comes from, because for the purposes of testimony, I was to focus on PKTT. So I'm outlining the order of events in terms of what happened, when, who said what.
All right, so it wasn't wrong for them to do that. It wasn't wrong.
There would have been reasons why those signatures were outstanding, but the ultimate approval was made by the National
Was it wrong to submit to you without signatures or not?
Documents must be signed by everyone.
So it was wrong.
For me, this is not raised as a concern.
It's fine, but was it wrong? Now that it's here, I'm asking you what's before me. Was it wrong?
Other signatures should have been found.
So it was wrong.
In terms of this document, if you put it that way, however, I want to emphasize that the allocation of funding to PKTT is approved by the accounting officer. Ultimately, the final allocation was approved by the accounting officer. So this is not raised as a concern. It is just explaining the order of events and where this PKTT comes from and the work that has been done and the discussions and the reports and a lot of documents that have gone on in this regard.
Let's move on to your letter dated the 29th of September, 2020. Page 73. Page 73.
Yes.
Paragraph 3, are you there?
13.7.
Well, I'm looking at your annexure bundle Page 73.
73.
Hey, Chair, you must pause the clock.
Next, Chair, 73, I'm there.
Are you there?
I am, Chair.
Okay. Section 3.
Yes.
Would you agree that here you are raising concern?
Yes.
You are?
It was a letter that was addressed to the relevant line managers.
Okay, but you are raising a
Yes,
concern.
I am
All right.
raising concerns.
I just wanted to confirm so that we don't dispute on that. Let's deal with what your concern was. Number one, you say overtime expenditure in the 2020-21 financial year is not visible against the project code. ORS should correct such for transparency purposes.
Yes.
So it was wrong.
When projects and initiatives are put in place for purposes of reporting and transparency, I indicated that we create a project code and we expect all managers to then vest expenditure against that project code.
Yes.
Yes, they were wrong that for that particular period in terms of expenditure, that was not vested against that project code. So from a monitoring point of view and accountability, I could not see such. So I'm putting it to their attention so that they correct.
You've done well. I agree with you.
And they did correct such.
I agree with you. You've
Yes.
done very well to raise that concern, to say this is a budgetary inefficiency,
Yes.
right? And that's what you're saying to them. That's what the minister has said in his testimony. Then you go further and you say overtime claims of most individuals deployed for the project depicted that 100 hours of overtime was worked for most months. Then you say even during lockdown, when movement restrictions were enforced in April and May, these individuals continued to work 100 hours of overtime.
Yes.
And then you also express concern that the overtime amount is high and it is adding to the pressure of the limited funding that's available to SAPS.
Yes, I raised those concerns with the Deputy National Commissioner.
You've done
this
very well.
Policy.
You've done extremely well. And this now corroborates the allegation of rising costs.
But I did not write this letter to the minister.
That's good.
It was a letter that was written to the Deputy National Commissioner. These are the normal concerns that as CFO, when you monitor expenditure patterns, you will then
General,
deal
would you
with these
agree
particular issues.
that the letter doesn't have to be written to the minister for the allegation to be true? The allegation is true that the PKTT, based on your testimony,
I have not been called to present
you are
such
testifying today.
to the minister.
Well, you're testifying to us now, and your testimony is agreeing with the position of the minister.
I have not been called by the minister to present this analysis.
We're calling you, and in front of us, what you've given to us agrees with the minister.
I do not know where would the minister have gotten a brief.
It doesn't matter. I also don't know. What I know is the testimony of the minister and your testimony on the fact that the PKTT, there's budget inefficiencies and there is rising cost. Both of you are saying the same thing.
Chair, on my testimony, I've said these are normal concerns that we raise with the relevant managers, including the National Commissioner. They go back, they regroup, they then consider this and they ensure that they assist us with efficiencies as well as cost containment. Together with the analysis of crime patterns and the situations that they're trying to sort out, then decisions, operational decisions are taken. And we get requests for funding, having taken those decisions by the accounting officer together with the relevant operatives. the accounting officer approves. It does not necessarily mean that when I raise this, they are not taken into account. If you look at other interventions, you will see a decline in terms of costs. It then tells you that managers would have set, evaluated, and decided to say, here we have stabilized, the crime threat is no longer visible, let us reduce the deployment in this particular regard. So these are normal decisions and conversations that take place in an organization, and the accounting officer accounts and is the ultimate approval in this particular regard. There would be progress reports that are compiled by the NCCF or the relevant project managers to the National Commissioner to say, yes, we hear the concerns. However, the work that we are doing, the situation that we are dealing with requires that we maintain these numbers, or requires us, we are satisfied that we have stabilized, we are hereby then sort of reducing the number of deployments. So these are normal things that we do as the police, as we continue to do our work. But as CFO, it is my responsibility to monitor and raise these particular issues. It doesn't mean that when I raise them, then task teams must be closed. Doesn't mean that. And the closure of the task teams is not my decision. As I indicated, it's a decision of the National Commissioner, having considered that we wanted to deal with has been dealt with. I raise concerns every day on everything, not only on operations. We have cost containment policies that we have approved, that we expect each and every manager to assist us, that the resources that we have, as limited as they are, we are able to utilize them to ensure that we combat crime in this country and ensure that the people of this country are safe. It is my job.
But based on your professional opinion, you do testify today that what you've put before us is concerns of budgetary inefficiencies and rising costs, correct?
I've raised these concerns with the relevant line manager.
Is that answer yes?
I've raised these concerns, yes, with the relevant line manager.
All right. You say that you haven't spoken to the minister
about the PKTT.
But you had an opportunity to. In July 2024.
5 meetings to be precise.
But in July 2024, you did a presentation to him.
Yes.
Correct?
It was July, it was August, we had September, we also had June this year.
Did you raise the issue of the PKTT with him?
No.
Could you have done so?
If I was requested.
Sorry?
I would have been requested to do so.
So he needed to request for you to talk about it. Whereas, what was the purpose of the presentation?
When we are called to go and orientate the executive authority, we don't go there on our own. It will be a meeting that is coordinated by ministry through the Office of the National Commissioner, and you will be told that we are having a meeting with the executive authority and this is the purpose of the meeting, and you ought to prepare a report in terms of these requirements. That is why we indicated that in the first report, it was an introductory briefing to the minister. In the second report, it was financial matters pertaining to the police, because the minister was new. We needed to orientate him. In the second briefing, then as and when you report, he will identify other indicators that he would want further information on. Issues, concerns such as issues that civil claims, issues of...
Did he ask you to tell him that crime intelligence needs capacity?
Yes.
He asked you to tell you that?
He
asked you to tell you that? You
Sorry?
prepared the presentation.
Sorry?
In your presentation, you then go in detail in saying that crime intelligence needs to be capacitated.
As I indicated...
Now I'm asking you, based on that, in your presentation, did the minister, prior to you presenting, ask you to present on crime intelligence?
You would go and present, Chair.
Yes.
As and when you present...
So he didn't ask you?
May I be allowed to conclude?
It's just because of my time, General.
You will be given indicators to say, we will have to have a follow-up meeting. These are the following indicators. I want you to touch on issues that talks to capacity.
General Dimpane, you stop speaking. May we please take Honorable James.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, General.
Chair, have you forgotten?
Yeah, before Honorable James, I've noted Honorable Novalo for follow-up.
Yes. No, a follow-up question on Honorable James's first question. Well, on Honorable Saul's, my apologies. No, the response, the question was to the CFO was whether she agrees or not with the concern of the minister, the budgetary concern. And the response was that, she doesn't know where the minister took that from, and she can't say she agrees or she doesn't with the minister. Now the question is, CFO, are you in terms of the statutory obligation, you are the custodian of the financial affairs of SAPS, correct?
I'm appointed to assist the accounting officer to execute his responsibilities.
No, in relation to financial issues.
Yes.
You are the custodian. So if I can come and say SAPS in its account as 100 rand, you have a responsibility because we are in a better position to give clarity in that regard, correct?
Yes.
You can say Nomvalo is lying, we don't have 100 rand in our account, we have this amount, these are the records. Now also, it's peculiar for you. I find it peculiar and imprudent and evasive that you can, like you are just an ordinary person, say you are not in a position to either agree or disagree with the minister because you know better than all South Africans the financial positions, the financial position of SAPS. So for you to say you can't agree or disagree with the minister, I think that is being dismissive and evasive.
Chair, it would have been easy if one would have been requested to make presentations and to engage in this particular regard. However, it is my view that between the minister and the national commissioner, there are continuous conversations. So one is not in a position to can talk on the issue of the PKTT to say what was in front of the minister at that point in time.
Not the PKTT, but the budgetary concern.
Honorable.
I didn't know I'm allocated.
Your time has expired.
I didn't know. You didn't tell me there's allocation of time.
It was it was not opportunistic.
No, but I'm not being opportunistic. I'm being inquisitive. What do you mean now? You are ridiculing my follow-up question. I'm being inquisitive. I'm not opportunistic.
Let's not debate it.
Please don't label my follow-up question like that, please. I'm taking offense on what you are doing.
The time to ask.
But don't label my question like that and say I'm opportunistic.
Yeah, no, listen to me, Honorable Nomvan. Your questions were follow-ups, yes. But once you go beyond the reasonable time, you are opportunistically using that moment to smuggle yourself into a time you do not have.
But you should have told me how much time is allocated for follow-ups.
That is not for debate. That is a convention in this.
But I'm quoting your ruling is wrong.
Look, your time has expired, honorable members. Let's not take it any further. Can we go to Honorable James?
Thank you so much, Chair. Afternoon, General. On page 21 of your statement, just excuse my voice.
Paragraph
21.
Paragraph 20.
Page 21, paragraph 25.
Yes, Chair.
In relation to the work study report, you state there, I wish to state clearly that I have not given anyone permission to access the submission nor utilize it to their defense. I deem this as unauthorized and an abuse of a conversation that the CFO had with the accounting officer. What did you do about this?
I have...
because this is a very serious statement that you hear.
I have not done anything about it. What I then tried to do was to say, perhaps we must, because this was also on the media, and you will see on the media that the entire comment is not there. It's only the comment that talks about deactivation. So I had requested communication that perhaps we need to correct this as advised to say, you know, let's allow the commission as well as the committee to do its work, because it would not be prudent that every time something is out there in the media, we issue a statement and so on and so on. But I have not done anything to say, let me report this. But for me, it would have been best that those that wanted to use this, at least they ask me, what did I mean in this regard? But I have not done anything.
General, you spoke very passionately about this earlier on.
Yes.
In your statement here, when you said, I have not given anyone permission to access it, that in my mind tells me that
what was just strange for me was that the document is used, and the comments that I have made, that I had only the conversation with the accounting officer, that without understanding the context of where I came from, people decided to utilize it. But I'm not the custodian. It goes back to the author of that submission. I remain with a copy.
Thank you. Are you saying that the minister came here and he misled this committee?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the document was utilized and I was not aware in terms of that, because if I was aware, I could have explained the context of this. I was not aware that it will be utilized by himself, including General Sibia.
General, Minister Beki appeared before this parliament. He refuted the use of the word, the letter N for national, in reference to the national PKTT, which Minister Nkunu repeatedly emphasized. More importantly, to your knowledge, was the PKTT, the establishment, national or provincial? Because which one of the two ministers were lying? Was it Minister Beki or Minister Nkunu?
I've always known this team to be called PKTT. Though I had not participated in IMC meetings, but I've known it to be called PKTT.
All right, so you were saying that Minister Nkunu again misled this House.
I am not certain in terms of the NPKTT.
General, you said earlier on that people don't take accountability for their actions, and we need you to speak truth here today. I'm asking, did you think that the minister misled this House?
I do not participate in the IMC structures.
Can you conclude that part which you wanted to say before you answer the next question?
I have always known this team to be called the PKTT. I do not participate in the IMC structures and all those structures that the project leader together with the National Commissioner would be participating. For the purposes of my function, which is to confirm funding, I have always known this team to be called PKTT. I cannot confirm to say the minister misled. Perhaps such discussions did take place elsewhere, but I cannot vouch for such.
But General, you can confirm because you did the budget allocation.
To the PKTT?
Yes. So you can confirm whether it was provincial or national, because you did the budget allocation, and when I look at your budget allocation, it speaks to all the areas within KZN only. So why are you saying you cannot confirm?
What I indicated is that all operations are run from the National Operations Center. When interventions and task teams are put in place, that decision is taken by the National Commissioner to go and support a province. For the purposes of a PKTT, it was established to deal with the situation in KwaZulu-Natal. The issue to say it had then expanded its scope, that particular operational decision, I was not aware of. I do not participate in the IMC structures and all that, and these decisions are taken by the project leaders working together with the National Commissioner in this regard. The reason why I had said put together a permanent structure in KwaZulu-Natal, I was of the view that this team is supporting KwaZulu-Natal, but the money that is utilized is not the baseline of KwaZulu-Natal. It is money that would have been put together from national in addition to supporting the work that is taking place in KwaZulu-Natal. So whether the end then came into being, those would be best explained between the minister as well as the National Commission. I have always known it as
General, I put it to you that only in the end, the National Commissioner had then said that the scope of the PKTT needs to extend to national. Am I correct?
Yes.
So we're meaning initially that the work was not for national, it was for provincial, and you allocated that budget for provincial operations?
The PKTT, which
Yes,
was
for the
established.
PKT, you allocated, you signed off the budget.
Yes.
So why are you saying that you're not sure if it was national or if it was provincial?
The Chair, the NPKTT, I'm saying I've known this team to be called PKTT.
General, I want to move to another area of concern relating to budget. The money set aside for informants is astronomical. And with my understanding of how the system works, I want to raise a few questions about the expenditure on informants, right? How was 3 million monitored in relation to cash disbursements to informants?
May I ask, Chair, which page is the member on?
Somewhere, and I didn't allocate that page. Never mind the amount for the sake of time. How do you monitor the cash payments of informants?
There are policies that exist in terms of within crime detections and those that utilizes this in terms of ensuring that these monies are accounted for. We do have policies in place. Of course, you will then have the other account, which is the service account that has its own processes. So there are policies in place and the relevant officials within crime detection, crime intelligence that then are supposed to ensure compliance to those policies.
General, I'm going to say to you, crime intelligence is stealing this money. There has been allegations of crime intelligence misusing this money for the longest time ever. I'm asking you, as the handler of the purse, you are allocating these budgets. How are you, in your capacity, ensuring that this money gets spent and on the right things and we have value for money?
Check.
What do you have in your receipt? We know that there's policies for all of these things. I'm asking, what monitoring tools do you have in place to ensure that when you allocate 3 million for informants, 3 million was actually allocated and given to those informants?
Crime intelligence has 2 sets of budget, Chair. I have not had any complaints in terms of the open budget that I am responsible for. One has had complaints in terms of the Secret Service account, which has its own CFO and its own rules that is managing and governing that particular. But on the open budget, I have not had any complaints in terms of program for
So,
allocation.
General, do you rely on complaints to pick up misconduct and corruption? I'm asking you what monitoring tools you are assigning huge budgets. What monitoring tools do you have in place?
If there are complaints, it means the internal controls that we have in place are either inadequate and inefficient. We do have policies, we do have controls in place, we have sufficient safeguards. So the absence of complaints then tells you that your systems are adequate in this regard.
Let me ask it like this. What system exists to manage and track how much money is paid to whom and for what information?
In terms of crime intelligence secret service account, that I will not be in a position to respond. It has its own CFO and they account to different levels of structures in this particular.
So you are passing this one on to the crime intelligence CFO. You are saying this is not under your mandate.
This is for the secret service account.
You're not responsible for the secret service, even though you the.
I'm not. It has its own CFO.
Okay. General, task teams are generally immediate stabilization interventions, correct?
Yes.
You explained it nicely earlier on.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. What sort of justifies having a task team for 5 years?
As I indicated, the operational teams together with the National Commissioner continuously conduct crime threat patterns, crime pattern analysis, and they take decisions to stabilize and to support provinces or any areas that remain stubborn. Some of the areas sometimes remain stubborn and they require these interventions. For me, as I indicated, my knowledge of a task team is that it is established for a specific purpose, for a specific period. If it becomes a little bit longer, then it means it is dealing with a permanent problem. That is why then, from a resource point of view, one would have advised to say, why is it that we are not putting this as a permanent structure so that we can resource it properly? Obviously, the operatives would have then done their crime patterns and analysis and taken decisions in terms of what is prevailing on the ground and those challenges that they are dealing with. My understanding is that investigations do take time. Certain investigations and investigators will have dockets that will go to court and take years and so on and so on, but the operational environments are the ones that takes the ultimate operational decisions based on what they would have analyzed and what is on the table and the intelligence that they might have.
I want to ask Operation Lockdown, Thunder, what has been the value for money for SAPS with this operation, which has shown blatant failures in the Western Capes? In fact, it has gotten worse, with a budget of almost 500 million being spent with little to show for it.
Earlier, during the day on my testimony, I indicated that is a question that I'm interested in. In SAPS, we do not have a model that assesses the value for money in terms of operations.
Sorry, General, you said that is a question you are interested in, meaning that you will continue to sign off on budgets without having a clear indication of whether the STARS team is being effective and whether there's value for money.
No, Chair. That is why we have tasked our research environment to, one, conduct an impact study on all these operations. And my understanding is that they are done with Valamgodi intervention as well as the lockdown. But that impact assessment report has not been presented to anyone. Over and above that, then they are developing a value for money model for us. And that is as a result of a task that came directly from myself and my team, because we want to ensure that the investment that we make in terms of these interventions yield the necessary results. So we are in the process of finalizing this. There is a commitment that before the end of March, the value for money model would have been given to us, because we need support from that. But indication is that it's not easy. A lot of variables have to be taken into account. A lot of stakeholders have to be consulted in this particular regard. So it is an area that we are working on. One is interested to ensure that then the SAPS has a model that we can utilize to assess all these interventions and ultimately be able to give comfort that these interventions are value for money.
General, 5 years of spending millions on various STARS teams. Had it not been for General Mkhwanazi's press state conference, would you have embarked on developing a practice that will be able to determine the impact of these STARS teams?
We requested it in 2024 in October.
In 2024, so prior to that, so every year for 5 years, you've been funding over 11 task teams.
I have written to the relevant managers. You will see in some of the attachments that I've made as part and parcel of the concerns to say they must determine whether the threats still exist, what is the impact, what is the value for money in this particular regard. As I indicated, they will convene the operatives and do evaluations and take operational decisions approved by the accounting officer. I have raised these particular issues. Now, we need a model, Chair, that we can utilize. We don't have that model. That is why we took the initiative in 2024 in October, prior to the press conference of July 6. We have already taken initiatives, and we look forward to that particular model that we can implement across the country to ensure that we are in a position to can assess and monitor this. Of course, the work of the police overall is measured in terms of the decline in crime trends. You will see the release of crime statistics, the work that the police continued to do, and the inroads that they continue to make in this regard. But that model, we're looking forward to it. It will assist the department to ensure that all these investments that we have made, we are able to give comfort that it is yielding the desired results.
General, how far is that model, and when is its due date to be rolled out?
The head research has given a commitment that before the end of this financial year, that model will be ready.
Thank you, Chair.
Have you stopped speaking, General Dimpane? This was our last speaker during this session.
It's me, Chair. I'm not the last, I'm the second last.
I'm saying during this session. This was our last speaker. Yeah. So we're going to take a break now and come back after 15 minutes. Yes. We normally sit with a witness for a maximum of 3 hours, unless if there are time pressure. So it is 3 hours now. Let's give the witness time for a stretch break. We will come back at 15 minutes past, at 5 minutes past 5.
But Chair, are we going to make follow-up after the break? Thank you.
There is nobody who will be denied time to speak in this committee. You know, it's an established practice. the proceedings. Honorable Skosana, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Sols, Honorable Mwangu. Each one of you will not go beyond 3 minutes. That is inclusive of questions and answers. These are follow-up questions. Honorable Skosana, after 3 minutes, you stop answering.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up on the matter of 24 million. If I remember very well, you distance yourself on that as well. Am I right? That you make a recommendation, or have you done a recommendation on that 24 million?
That matter of the 24 million was subsequently raised as a material irregularity by the AGSC. And we worked on that with the accounting officer responding and the relevant environment. A lot of work had gone in by our legal department in trying to resolve that particular issue. Eventually, when the matter was regarded as resolved, in terms of the material irregularity. So it was picked up by the service material irregularity.
Yeah, but my question, CFO, did you sign that for that 24 million?
When legal services dealt with that particular matter, they came back and indicated that the department was at fault in terms of the breach of contract, and they recommended that a settlement be made. I had to then, I was included on the submission. I did sign off with comments.
Sorry, did you sign?
I signed with comments to say the people who are responsible for such must be accountable.
Yeah, that's what I needed. That in my knowledge, you made a recommendation.
Legal services made a recommendation. The submission went through the processes in terms of the various levels of signatures, and it came to my office after the recommendation from legal services.
Yeah,
It's the legal department who made a recommendation. Looked at the recommendation and the background of the matter and the recommendation from legal services. I then said, based on the facts and the legal opinion that is on the table, I recommend on condition that a knowledgeable person is appointed to investigate, to determine who was responsible for this.
Yeah, but I agree on that you wrote, you had some comments.
Yes.
But you did sign for this 24 million. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we will come back to you, Honorable Malema. Let's take Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, I think I was covered by Honorable Skosana, but I just wanted to know, just one thing on that matter of this 24 million. When you signed for that, on that document, does that mean you agreed with the recommendations that they stated, not that you stated?
It's an opinion and a recommendation by our legal department to the accounting officer.
Did you agree with what they said?
I recommended on condition that the relevant people who are responsible for that matter are held to account.
That on the same document, that your recommendation, are they on the same document?
Yes, they are on the same document.
Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
General, what is the highest and the lowest overtime paid? Are you able to tell us?
Paid to?
Well, you can tell us if you want to individualize it.
Chair, we have 5 programs where we allocate funding for overtime. The work of those 5 programs or the work that is conducted by the people who are linked to those programs differ. So you will not have the level of overtime paid to those that are doing administration as compared to those that are doing the actual policing. So I don't have an amount, however, it depends on the work that those members are doing.
So in the case of the PKTT,
Chair, when you look at the PKTT, since its inception, the highest amount up to so far would be recorded in 2019-2020, that is 26 million or 26.4 million. As I indicated, you will see a 0 there for this financial year. I am aware that the members are continuously working and they are required from time to time to perform duties in terms of overtime. So there will be claims that will be captured there.
Sorry, General.
But the 26 million that was recorded during the 2019-20 appears to be the highest amount in terms of PKTT.
are you in a position to say the individual who had the highest overtime and the individual that had the lowest time?
I do not have those records.
Don't have those. Thank you.
Honorable Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is on actually page 21. I think it's paragraph 25, where you actually have expressed that you agree with the National Commissioner on the PKTT being actually transformed into a permanent, structure. But where you disagree is that the National Commissioner feels that the PKTT should be a national structure, not a provincial structure in KwaZulu-Natal. It should not be confined to KwaZulu-Natal only. My interest is, where are you now with this discussion?
Having learned about the extended scope and the work that the team continues to do, I believe that I support that there be a national structure, because the political killings are not confined in one province. You do have pockets of incidents in other provinces. I will support the National Commissioner in this regard.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add this March 2023 shutdown, which cost 368 million. Which one is that one? CFO. 368,000. Which one is that one? 300 million. 368 million.
There was a match somewhere in March that was called a shutdown. Our duty as the police is to ensure that we protect the citizens.
No,
as well
I hear
as
that you are doing so well in the morning. Don't do that to us. I'm asking which shutdown is this one, which costed us 368. So let's say to July 23. We know it was a protest about President Zuma. Which one is this one? Of 368 million. You wrote it here, we didn't write it here.
Yes, there was a national shutdown. My memory is losing me, Chair, in terms of what was the actual issue in this particular regard, but I know it was in March. As I indicated, March you close the books, so you would have captured your few claims. Those that you would not have concluded, then you conclude them in April. That is why you see expenditure going into the next financial year, but it was for the same reason. My memory is leaving me. I can't recall exactly what was the issue, but there was a national shutdown during that particular period that we needed to deploy and ensure that we protect or we ensure that then is stability in terms of those provinces that would have been affected by this much.
But if you were talking about EFF national shutdown, was 1 day. It was in March 2023, 1 day, costed you 368 million.
It depends on the numbers of the members that you are deployed to go and support the affected provinces. These are operational decisions that are made to ensure that we are effective in terms of policing public order issues and ensuring that there is stability in the country.
So I wanted to ask the General, that was not necessarily my question. My follow-up was, during lockdown, COVID lockdown, only essential services were allowed to work, and that will include police. Why should an impression be created that police were less working during COVID, as if they too were locked down? They were not locked down.
They were not locked down, but
Your time is up, Honorable Member.
Oh, time is up.
Your time is up, Honorable Member. Honorable Sangweni.
Thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to go to that march of the EFF that cost the country 400 million to protect a non-starter. My round of questions is coming now, Chair, so I'll raise it then. Thank you.
You see what she's doing, and we're going to come threefold like that, and she's going to be a crybaby. She does that all the time, and when we attend to her, she cries like a crybaby.
I have made a request to the two of you, Honorable Malim and Honorable Sangweni, to meet aside of the proceedings and thresh out those issues. Honorable members, this is what I want to do. When we go to take the last three speakers, that is Honorable Sangweni, Honorable Nhlanhla and Honorable Shongwe, they are going to run uninterrupted. If there are any follow-up questions, they will come after they would have asked their questions. Can we restrain ourselves to that? It's now almost 20 minutes past 5. So we must run for 45 minutes, which will be 5 minutes after 6. We are going to come in that order. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And then when your time expires, you pass the microphone to Honorable Sangweni. And then Honorable Sangweni will pass the microphone to Honorable Shongwe. That is how we hand over the flame. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I will hand over to Honorable Sangweni the same way South Africa handed over the G20 chairmanship to America. Chair, thanks very much. CFO, it is alleged that many SAPS officials would have benefited some few rands and few millions from the 260 million tender. Did you benefit?
No, Chair.
Otherwise, given a chance to solicit some benefits, you would.
I have never. And I will
It's
never.
just a matter of not getting the opportunity.
And I will never do that.
Okay, so I heard you are with the people from the risks management. Was awarding such a massive tender to a newly established company with no massive experience of that kind of work not a financial risk?
The tender was advertised, Chair. Companies competed, and the committee said to award this in terms of the rules of tender awards in this particular regard. There would have been requirements that those that would have tendered would have had to meet. So if the BEC and the BAC would have gone through that process and agreed that the tender...
CFO, pause there. The due process you are telling us, we know. And that due process does not mean that the department did all it can to ensure that a credible company is appointed. Hence, the internal audit arrangement has dismissed what you are telling us now, that there's been irregularities. The point I'm making was awarding such huge work to a company or a service provider that barely has experience in that work, not a financial risk.
It was.
It was. Thank you. Is it the reason the company was terminated for poor performance?
The company was terminated upon conclusion of the investigation that was sanctioned between the executive authority and the accounting officer and the irregularities that were picked up.
No. The minister in 2024 made an instruction that there must be a termination of that company based on poor performance. The program following that was a process program done by the National Commissioner, but a decision was there. So the question is, was it based on the basis of the capacity and the lack of experience that the company was unable to perform up to the expected standards?
I'm not aware that those were the reasons.
Okay. So you continued budgeting for the PKTT beyond 2022?
Beyond?
2022.
Yes.
We have evidence with us that the PKTT's existence beyond 2022 was irregular. What's your view on that? So did you budget for an irregular structure?
I'm not aware of any determination that has been put before us that post 2022 the PKTT was irregular. When such indications was made and I followed the evidence, I indicated that I immediately appointed a experienced person to conduct this assessment for me. I'm not aware. I have received indication from the accounting officer together with the operational environments that work is continuing on the PKTT and it requires to be supported. So I have sanctioned for such an assessment. Such assessment will then tell us whether indeed this is irregular. However, the person that I had appointed seemed to have consulted the legal environment, and it is being recommended that let's allow the work of this committee together with the commission to conclude, then we embark on this particular process. I'm not aware, no structure has raised this.
So
as irregular.
you admit here in front of us that you led a process of budgeting for a structure in SAPS whose standing, whose credibility is not known. You are not aware whether it's regular or irregular.
Nobody
but you continue budgeted
it
for
has
it.
not been raised or flagged by any assurance provider as irregular. And
But the minister said that
there
with
is no
us.
determination that has been conducted that I'm aware of that has declared the structure irregular.
But the minister said that to us.
I would not be in a position to then comment on that. We need to then have a thorough assessment that will give us an indication in this regard.
Okay. So, are you aware whether or not the term or the existence of the PKTT was actually extended beyond 2023?
As I indicated, Chair, I do not participate in the IMC structures. The National Commissioner together with the project team leader are in a best position to answer that. What comes to me is a process that would have been sanctioned by the accounting officer to say work is continuing and it needs to be supported.
Okay, I see that the budget patterns of the PKTT change from one year to the other and all that. There is no stable budget or there is no stable tariff in terms of how you budget for the PKTT. What factors influence that?
It will be, the main factors would be the cost estimates that are submitted by the project leader. Obviously, they would have taken into account the work that needs to be done, that still needs to be done, the investigations and so on and so on. And they do estimates in terms of the numbers, if they need to increase the numbers or reduce the numbers. So we receive the cost estimates from the project team leader, having analyzed and assessed and took decisions in this regard.
You hold strong views that the PKTT must be deactivated. Why?
As a temporary structure, so that a permanent structure could be put in place. And from a budgeting point of view, it will make it easier for me to project, to budget, as well as to allocate resources that will support this team and to ensure accountability, so that there's a permanent head. Should there be a misuse of resources, I know, then there's a permanent head who must account for this. So it was purely from a budget as well as a resource management point of view.
Was the PKTT the most expensive task team within SAPS?
Not necessarily.
It was not.
It was not.
Okay. Do you bill other arms of state when you have deployed officers to help in the work they are doing? For example, if Parliament is holding SONA, you deploy high-ranking officials of SAPS. Do you bill Parliament for that work?
There are events that would have been arranged by other environments, other departments, where a commitment letter, I will demand a commitment letter, working together with the head of VIP protection or protection services, and those departments will then commit, and we then do an interdepartmental claims. There is work that the VIP protection unit as well as the protection services is their mandate to then do. Events, policing in terms of issues of SONA and all those, this is the mandate of that particular program 5. But there are instances where other events where we do not have money, then there will be an agreement with the organizing department that there is a commitment letter. Post that event, then we then submit and facilitate an interdepartmental claim.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Honorable Sangoni, the baton is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon once again, General. General, tell me how many women serve in the executive management? Well, not SMS. You know, the lieutenant generals. How many women are there?
It's a bit in the afternoon. I cannot recall from the top of my mind. But one thing I know is that in terms of the PCs, we have succeeded to have more than 50% of women. Then we have quite a few at the divisional commissioner level, as well as the deputy national commissioner, who is General Musikiri. So we have done well as an organization to ensure that we empower women and women serve in these positions in this regard.
Okay. Now, I was asking you just to give you, a break, chill from these hard questions, but also to congratulate you. I think some members have said during the course of the day that you clearly know your work. I think, you've given us confidence in you and the work that you're doing.
Thank you,
but what I wanted to check with you, General, you said you heard about this decision to disband the PKTT from the media on the 2nd of January. What was your reaction when you heard that? What did you think of the decision?
I was on leave, as I indicated, which had commenced on the 17th of December. I had gone away, and on the 2nd, then I watched TV, and I saw this reporting was still continuing. What I then did, I sent a message to the acting CFO, just wanting to find out whether perhaps my office was included in terms of the discussions, and of which she confirmed no. And then I left it at that. I believed that perhaps a decision would have been, or discussion would have ensued between the National Commissioner and the Minister, because it is a decision that must be taken at that level.
Did you think it was a correct decision, though, that the Minister took?
At that time, I wouldn't make anything of the decision. Like I said, I was on leave. one would have assumed that when you go on leave, work continues. Perhaps there would have been engagements between the two leaders and they would have taken that decision. So it was a matter that one would have then be briefed properly when they come back from leave. But for me, all I did was to check with the acting CFO if perhaps there was a formal meeting where discussions were held and then...
So you had no personal view one way or the other?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay, so over the course of these, this inquiry, General, we've gotten the sense that, you know, there seems to be two camps, people are taking sides. Have you taken a side in this matter?
On this matter?
Yes.
Never. I do not take sides. I am appointed to assist the accounting officer to execute his or her responsibility, and that's all I do. Because we are employed to ensure that we provide a service which is to combat crime and ensure that the people of this country are safe. For me, those issues are a waste of time, and we need to ensure that we earn our salaries when we leave work every day. So I do not take sides, I do not participate in such issues.
Maybe let me ask it differently. Ne?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, this inquiry is established to probe the allegations that General Mkhwanazi would have made, right? And at the heart of it is this issue of PKTT, drug cartels and what. And we've had to wade through a whole lot of evidence that you end up not knowing what is right, what is wrong anymore. So if you were to have a view, do you think that General Mkhwanazi, in terms of the issues that he raised, was correct? And indeed that the minister, General Sibia, and them were wrong or are involved in these cartels? What would be your personal view?
My personal view would be, obviously, we will have to wait for the committee to conclude its work as well as the commission. General Mkhwanazi did right by raising these issues. If there are issues that are preventing us from doing our job as public servants, those issues ought to be raised in this particular regard. But in terms of who's wrong, who's right, I believe as same and similar as South Africans, one would then allow the committee to proceed with its work and to produce a report, including the commission.
Okay, so Vice Admiral Monde Lobese, who is the Chief of the Navy, goes in public, addresses a gala dinner, and he says he believes that the South African Navy is being defunded by government, and he thinks at the core of it is these issues of either selling out or drug cartels. You've given quite a bit of testimony or evidence that speaks to the fiscal constraints that SAPS is facing and the difficulties. Would you agree with Vice Admiral Lobese?
Chair, I can't comment on the SNDF comment.
As it relates to SAPS, do you think that SAPS is also being consciously defunded to promote perhaps nefarious ends?
We, working within the finance environment, understand the macro issues of the country. We do participate duly in terms of processes that are there and put on the table by National Treasury. We make our submissions. We always make submissions that are over and above what is currently available. And we hope that one day the macroeconomic situation of the country will improve and we will be having resources in abundance to ensure that we all are able to deliver the service that we are tasked to deliver as government departments.
Thanks, CFO. And I'm really relying on your, your accomplishments, your qualifications, because I would think that in the environment that you are in, you would understand fiscal pressures, you would understand the priorities and choices that have to be made. So your submission is that you do not believe that the SAPS is being intentionally defunded, but there's macroeconomic pressures on the country that are leading to these issues?
I don't believe that government will intentionally want to put the SAPS in particular into a position where we will be unable to do our work. It is our wish that one day we will have these resources and we will be able to, there are competing priorities in government. We'll be able to have adequate resources to be able to service this country as expected.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so now speaking about these priorities and choices that you have had to make, I know Honorable Angwa did ask you this, but I want you to be specific. So you don't budget for the PKTT. You have these requests that come up every year, and then you have to take money from elsewhere. What is suffering while you are funding the PKTT? Where exactly? I mean, you've been there since 2019, so it's been a number of funding cycles. Where have you taken money from to fund PKTT?
I don't want us to say something is suffering as a result of PKTT. As I indicated, we receive allocation from National Treasury annually. And there are priorities that we canvass with the National Commissioner through the relevant structures, finance committees, and those priorities are put on the table. There will always be limitations. The needs will always surpass the resources that you have. At this point in time, we do have a dire need in terms of technology in the organization. I'm sure you would have heard in various forums that we need to ensure that we upgrade our technology, and our technology is on par with other organizations in this regard. So the work that the PKTT is doing is important because it is investigative work. It is work that deals with issues that are troubling the country. So you can say the allocation to PKTT is not important, the other one is important. So it's an issue of competing priorities, and we try our level best to ensure that there are cost containment issues. We block the systems to ensure that where there are inefficiencies, we are able to manage those things. We have implemented blocks to deal with the so-called non-core items, and there's quite a lot that SAPS is doing
Thank you,
in this
CFO.
particular regard.
Thank you, CFO. I mean, I know I got a bit of time because Honorable Nhlanhla left me some, but thank you so much. I got you there. Chair, on the, Honorable Nhlanhla raises this question, and I want to follow up on it around the funding of the PKTT. Now, you say it was not unauthorized, irregular, whichever word it is in terms of a structure, right? But the minister on the 31st of December says, shut down this thing immediately. That directive is being implemented. You have meetings where you meet, you discuss disbandment, but then money is then allocated again to the PKTT, which both General Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and General Masemula came to testify on. Why was money being allocated when a directive from the minister has come out to say, shut it down?
Okay, I want to put it on record that I have not been part of any meeting that has discussed
Oh,
this
my
directive.
apologies. It was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. But in your knowledge, why would you, I'm assuming you would have played a part in approving something
So-
the minister said must be disbanded?
So in April, when you then are confronted with a situation where you have to advise the organization and assist the organization to distribute funding to cost centers, I approached the National Commissioner that I'm aware of this directive, I'm aware of these issues. As the finance office, when am I going to get an indication to say, do I fund, do I not fund? The accounting officer then says, reserve funding, we will come to you. There is work that must still be done in terms of this particular PKTT reserve funding, and we will come to you, perhaps on a month-to-month basis to then deal with this. So I'm aware that there were meetings that were taking place to discuss the directive, but I was not part of such meetings. So I rely on the instruction as well as the indication by the National Commissioner in terms of what needs to happen when it comes to the work and the support of the PKTT.
Okay, so you asked him because you knew it had been
Yes,
disbanded.
I asked
Okay.
him.
All right. Now, you approved, I'm assuming, because I can't find the documents, or maybe let me ask it like this. What is the delegation, what is the amount, the delegation that you have for approvals of payments? Who would have paid the money that was paid to Mr. Matlala's company? Who would have approved that?
As I indicated, we have a national policy that regulates the payment of suppliers in the
CFO.
department.
Were you the one who approved it?
No.
Who would have approved it?
The end user?
No, the payment. The end user gives you the certificates and says this issue
Oh,
is ready.
as I indicated, the system and the policy indicates which process starts where. My office's process is the final leg where we release money into the bank account. There are officials that are delegated to do that. It is not done by the CFO, but it is officials within my office.
So who would have released this particular payment? I mean, I'm sure you would have found out by now.
The section that deals with everything medical is headed by a Major General and there is a Brigadier. The final payments are released by the Brigadier who is in that space that works in my office. Obviously, that function is in my office and the final payment is done in my office, but it's a Brigadier who is within my office that is delegated to do these payments.
Okay, and 50 million you don't look at, it's too small money for the CFO to look at?
It was 48, we stopped
48.
other invoices.
Okay, 48 is below your delegations?
I do not do the actual payment.
Okay. Now, when this Brigadier and the General received this request for a payment of 48 million, outside of the fact that the end user would have certified that they've received the service, and I'm asking you this, CFO, please don't think we're here to get you. We're not trying to get anybody. We're trying to understand what are the systemic and perhaps governance failures that exist in the system, right? So when they get this certification from the user, are there any probity checks? Is there any due diligence that's done in your office now, or do they just press the button and the money goes? Are you our last line of defense or a post box?
There would be those that will verify, will then, the segregation of duties will capture and then finally approve in this particular regard. As I indicated, Chair, there are sufficient safeguards within the system, within the policy. You would understand that procurement takes place across the country. So there are sufficient safeguards. And when you look at this graph on the determination test report, the investigator even went into that particular field and interviewed those brigadiers, and he came to a conclusion that in terms of the financial space, there are sufficient safeguards. This particular issue was an issue of an irregular contract that was issued in contravention with supply chain processes.
Okay. Let me ask you my last two questions. I'll ask them as one question. So it's on this issue that Honorable, wait, I cannot ask the national shutdown. You see, Honorable Malema is right. I also looked at that amount of the national shutdown, 348 million for a one-day event, which was the march. When you approve the allocation of such funding, 1 billion rand, more or less, for the July 21 unrest, when you approve such amounts, can you give us a sense of what goes into 350 million rand to safeguard, protect, serve the country on a one-day event? And can we take it that every time there's a march in this country, you are spending amounts of that nature?
Our role as the police is to ensure that we safeguard the citizens of this country, including their properties. One of our core responsibilities is to ensure that there is public order. So if there is a march, we have a responsibility as the police to ensure that we indeed execute our mandate, which is to ensure that the citizens are safe and we protect their properties. There would be marches and there would be provinces that are affected.
CFO, sorry,
Plans
you're not
are made.
answering me, and my time is running out. You're not answering me because I want to know, from your experience as a CFO, what could possibly cost 350 million to safeguard, serve, protect the country on a march that is one day? So maybe just paint us a picture and then link to that. I said, is this the quantum of money that's spent when there is a march?
Security plans are not done in one day. If there is something planned, security plans kickstart days before. And on the day of the event, it is execution. So the work of the police is very wide.
Okay, so 350 million is justifiable in your view?
There would be
General,
overtime.
can you please stop speaking? Can we take Honorable Shongwe?
But my time hasn't finished. Ukala gave me time.
The last speaker is Honorable Shongwe. Your time starts now.
Sawubona mama. Kunjani?
All right, thank you.
Ngiyaphila. Ngicela ungisondelele ku mic angikuzwa kahle ne. Uyakhona ukukhuluma mama sixoxe.
Kiyabua, Chair.
Wabuwa ukabuwa unataka.
Yes.
Quick one. Imali yama South Africans idliwe mama uyavuma.
Chair, can I request?
Chelete ya di South Africans idliwe wadumela.
Which money, Chair?
In the tenders, the 360 million tender.
The investigation will tell us what
But
has
when
happened.
wadumela orijiwe or ayajiwe.
Ke mang, Chair?
By the perpetrators.
Sorry?
You think ayajiwe? Are you investigating something that you believe money was taken or not?
Money were paid to this tender that has come out as a tender that it was allocated irregularly. That is why we are investigating to ensure that that monies that were paid, if then there is possible recovery, we recover from those that would have been responsible.
So wadumela or there might be a possibility to reach.
There could be a possibility.
All right. And this thing happened when I only CFO. Wadumela.
Yes.
Okay. Matlala ufile your tender. This new tender at 360 million while you were CFO. We have
There was a tender committee, bid adjudication committee that looked into that and allocated. I do not participate in those committees.
But you were CFO.
Yes, I'm CFO.
We have
Yes.
Thank you. Asiqhubeke ma'am. One thing I'm seeing here, General, ukugula okufanayo between you and General Fani. There is no way you guys want to take responsibility through your officers. And we understand that your officers are the last line of defense. I want us to deal with that right now so that we understand whether you know which you are the last line of defense or you don't know. Are we clear on that, ma'am? Can we go through that line?
It's fine, Chair.
Thank you very much. General Fani is having a position where you said you have been in the supply chain. Can you hear me? You said you were once in the supply chain, right? And now you are a CFO, which means it's easy for you to pick up if the General Fani did something wrong, right? Or maybe missed something. Did he miss anything in this thing, early tender?
General Fani reports to the National Commissioner.
Okay, ma'am.
In terms of the
where
work
does General Fani report?
to the National Commissioner.
Sengukubuzele lowo mbuzo ungasawuphendula. Asiye ngapha. Do you think General Fani missed something?
As he was working on the issue of the tender,
Regarding this tender, yes.
the investigation has revealed such.
Has revealed such.
Yes.
Do you suspect bekahlanganisela uMatlala something or what?
I cannot comment on that. The investigation must reveal
Okay.
such.
So, Kasipedi wadumela or there's something wrong that happened in that tender.
The investigation has revealed that this tender was awarded irregularly.
So should we blame General Fani?
He should take responsibility. The accounting officer must take responsibility in terms of having delegated this work to the BAC to deal with on his behalf. So both of them must take responsibility.
Okay, let's park that and we'll come back. Nasi se akirati motho o mogolo o bolela maka, especially when my name is used in a space where maka a tlo bolela with using my name. I want us to establish ukuthi the minister is therefore in your own, okay, let me say in my words, but taking from you, the minister has lied about you and said you knew about the budget. He came to you or spoke to you about the budget of the PKTT.
Minister did not say that. When I followed the proceedings, when he was asked if he had discussed with the CFO, the minister said no.
Didn't the minister say he had consulted your office?
No. His response was no. I did not consult the CFO.
And he took his decision on his own?
He took the decision on his own.
Okay. Do you think that was correct?
One would have thought such a decision would have been canvassed with the accounting officer.
Come again?
one would have thought that that decision would have been discussed or taken through consultation with the accounting officer.
All right, let's go back to that one now. When Matlala was given this tender through a new company, what did your office do? Or what did you do? Since you've picked up thing, you are the one who picked up this irregularities, right?
I indicated that a report was given to me to say this is possible irregular expenditure. My responsibilities will then unfold as follows. I recorded this and reported it accordingly in terms of the books of SAPS, and it was duly audited by the external auditors. After cancellation, we then also instructed my office to stop payments in this regard.
Okay. Please recommend to us, what should the Parliament recommend when it comes to General Fund? What should we do, Ngofan?
Those that would have been responsible for these lapses must be held to account.
Must be held to account.
Yes.
What would you recommend to us? Angene venini noma simlethela eKhoshimampuru simshiye la or
It will depend on the outcome of the investigations and its recommendations.
Okay, in your tenure as CFO, has anybody been arrested? In your tenure as CFO, has anybody been arrested or found to have misused money, abused overtime money and all those? Has anybody been arrested or fired or dismissed?
There are arrests that continuously take place. There's recently a brigadier and another official who were arrested. They previously worked in supply chain management, and then they were suspended. So those arrests, as well as those disciplinary processes, are processes that are normally unfolding. If an investigation has been concluded and it has found that those relevant officials were responsible.
I'm almost done, ma'am. 2021, during the COVID time, COVID-19, two officers come to you. Actually, they spoke to you on a virtual meeting regarding the misuse and the abuse of overtime in the PPS. Have you fixed the issues of overtime abuse in the PPS?
I cannot recall the meeting that the member is referring to, Chair. The issues of overtime within Program 5 are issues that we continuously discuss between ourselves, the program managers, the accounting officer, and also looking at the issues of sustainability in this particular regard. We have discussions with Treasury in this regard, and all of us are aware of the pressures that talks to the overtime within that environment, and that it needs to be fixed. So it's a matter that almost all of us are continuously discussing to find long-lasting and sustainable solutions to curtail as well as contain overtime costs within that program.
So since 2021, we're discussing that misuse of abuse, the abuse of overtime.
I am saying this is a matter that is receiving attention.
From 2021. Let me remind you of this meeting. First, let me start here. These two officers came to you and reported that in the protection services, the PPS, there is abuse of overtime money during the COVID time. Your answer to them was, you don't want to involve yourself in politics.
Who are those members, Chair? I cannot recall this
I
meeting.
will give you their names in writing.
I cannot recall this meeting, and I am not aware of this meeting.
Okay, let's go exactly where you recall and remember. You're saying now, since these members reported this member to you on 2021, how long in your knowledge have you been discussing this matter?
Chair, I cannot recall the meeting. I am saying...
Disregard the meeting. How long in your knowledge have you been discussing indaba ye abuse ye overtime lapha ya ku PPS?
Chair, we know that overtime is a cost driver within Program 5. We are continuously looking for ways to ensure that we sustain that program in terms of
General,
this
I am
cost
a very
driver.
fair person. Let me do this. What are you continuously doing? Let me give you your own question so that you can answer it, then you come back to mine. What are you continuously doing?
For example, we have had discussions in terms of the possible review of the policy. We have also made submissions and discussions in terms of the areas that we believe that the current existing policies could be improved to ensure that then we sustain
Thank you very much,
the
General. Let's cut
overtime.
it there. That would have been the question to your answer. I was fair, I gave you your own question to your own answer. Can you answer my question? How long have you been discussing the misuse or the abuse of overtime money in the PBS?
Chair, overtime that is utilized in that particular program, it's overtime, it is a cost driver. When you say discussing abuse, we don't gather around the table and discuss abuse. We discuss in terms of what are the cost containment as well as efficiencies that we can put in place to ensure that we sustain the cost of overtime, which is a cost driver in those environments. We discuss with the program managers, the accounting officer. We have even made recommendations working together with the program managers to National Treasury to support us through the relevant parliamentary structures to ensure
And
that
for how
the
long has this been happening?
The policy is then reviewed in this particular regard.
What I'm trying to get, General, is how efficient are you guys? How long do you take to fix this into as Moshagalai? Because remember, by the time you guys take long to fix this thing, if these people reported 2021 and you are failing to answer me in your own knowledge, how long have you and your leaders been discussing issue abuse?
Chair,
I want to know how long.
Chair, I'm not aware of this meeting.
Okay,
So I cannot talk about this
meeting. But how long, how long have you guys discussing the misuse of that overtime money?
Chair, we continuously
When maybe?
Look at ways
From?
to put efficiencies in terms of manage this cost driver, which is
Okay,
overtime.
in order to
within
continue, you
program
must start
five.
somewhere. From where? From when did you start discussing such?
Chair,
Since you've
I
been a
took
COO.
over as CFO in 2019.
So since 2019, you've
We
been discussing this
monitor,
matter.
we put cost containment, we communicate, we ensure that the managers are then held responsible for this.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to this last question. General Wali Rode, Yamas.
Yes.
He was advised not to buy 2 cars that were not office spec of VIP protection vehicle. Do you know of that story?
No, I do not know, Chair.
Okay, I may put it on record. It was in your tenure.
Sorry.
I'm going to tell you, ne? Please go do something about it. What I'm going to tell you. Please go do
The
something
voice
about
is
it.
a bit soft. I struggle to hear.
Okay. This is information I'm giving you, and I want you to come back to me in writing. What are you going to do or zoyenzan, right? General Wali Rode bought 2 cars from a company in Pretoria, and he was advised not to do so. These 2 cars didn't meet the spec of VIP protection vehicles, but he continued to do so. Since I've told you now, on the top of your head, what are you going to do about it, or should I wait for the letter?
I'm not certain who would have advised. It is a matter that I'm not aware of, Chair.
Okay.
It is a matter that one could follow up.
All right, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shongwe. General, thank you so much. All the speakers have been given an opportunity to ask their questions to you. Allocated maximum time, they have asked you questions. The very last session of this proceedings today is for me sitting here as the chair to check with honorable members, those who want to ask you follow-up questions, to raise their hands now. Okay. When I recognize you, you will lower the hand. Honorable Matthews, you will be number 1. Honorable Nomvalo, number 2. Honorable Skosana, number 3. Honorable Sanguni, number 4. Honorable Mwango, number 5. Honorable Sols, number 6. and the last hand is that of Honorable James. Yeah, I'm coming to the question before you ask the question. Can I check if there is any honorable member who may be potentially triggered by other members when they ask questions? So that I must prepare myself sitting here as the chair, that there are going to be triggers. So you will be the last, Honorable Malim.
No, I didn't hear the apology of the DA members. All they did, they came here and left filthy place here. I don't understand how these DA people work. Dirty, they come to prison and make it dirty and leave.
And the chair will
So I don't know if we have an apology about this.
I will explain that before we close the proceedings.
Chair, while you are going to explain, please explain what last night they slept while you were on a meeting at DA. They slept to finish the meeting while they're sleeping. Again, when Honorable came here, she was sleeping during the meeting. Then they left early to sleep. Chair, please attend to the sleeping.
Okay. So we have 8 members who want to ask follow-up questions. Less than 3 minutes each. There is nobody who goes beyond 3 minutes, and honorable members, it is not debatable. And you know when a player remonstrates with the referee after the whistle has been blown, you are inviting a yellow card to yourself. Honorable Matthys.
Start again, Chair. Thank you. Are we starting again? Thank you. Lieutenant General, what informs the security threat? And you know we were not going to let this go about the EFF, the amount of money that was allocated to a protest, which is covered in the Constitution. Every citizen, any political party, any movement has a right to protest. So for you to agree to this amount of money to be allocated, what was the security threat and what was it based on? Because EFF, we've been in existence since 2013. Never ever has there been any criminality, and we are an organization in the streets all the time. So it can't be that so much money can be allocated to a peaceful organization that has been in the streets protesting against an ANC government who kills workers for protesting for a living wage, against the ANC government who kills children because they cannot even provide pit toilets, or they cannot provide proper toilets, and our children are being killed in school. So please talk to us about that.
Chair, on paragraph 8 of my statement, I indicated that while I oversee financial operations, it is crucial to understand that my role does not extend to operational decisions. There are those that are responsible for operations in the organization.
Okay.
There are those that are responsible.
I'm being sabotaged by the GNU now.
Just a moment, Honorable Matthys, may you please have your microphone on?
Okay.
And I'm reminding you for the last time, I'm not going to compensate any time that is lost
Chair, but
when
it's
the
not my
microphone
fault
is
that
off.
the committee can't provide proper resources. No, you answered that question, CFO. I'm asking something specific. I'm saying when it comes to you, what do you need to know before you make a decision that this is a reasonable amount, not getting involved in operations? 470 million rand for a one-day protest, peaceful organization.
There is an operational plan that would have been crafted, taking into account.
No.
I would have a request in front of me to say there is an operation that is taking place. It requires support at this particular level. And I have got no reason not to trust what would have informed those operational decisions.
Then CFO, it's like you're the bookkeeper, because you're not asking hard questions. So you just get a report and then you just pay. I also just want to talk quickly about proof of payments, right? there was a concern that there was proof of payments that were generated from your office, right? And then we had individuals who were not SAPS members that were using these POPs to approach service providers. Are you aware of that? It was...
I'm not aware, and I believe, I do have faith in my office that the members working in my office.
So
would
there was
not-
no proof of payments?
not done. I have heard during consultation that there was a brigadier that would have engaged in that exercise, and I can confirm that that brigadier does not work in my office.
So how would they have gotten the POP?
Sorry?
How would they have gotten the POP?
I have got no idea. The
But it's
investigation-
from your office. Are you still investigating?
The brigadier is not in my office. This is a part and parcel of the ongoing investigation.
Okay. Hey, okay, it feels like we have gotten into the same vibe as Lieutenant General Fani with don't know and not responsible, but thank you, CFO.
You still had 1 minute left. Are you done? Okay. Next, Honorable Nomba.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. General, not in the context of the Medicare contract, but generally, when the two scenarios coexist, irregular appointment, poor services, can there be value for money?
If there is an indication to say there is poor service, as I indicated, and those that would have requested these services and would have attested to say they have received the service in the correct quantity and time. And
No,
so
I can't
on,
hear
so
you properly.
I'm saying the certification of the services that were provided is done by those that would have requested these services in terms of the end user. If they certify that I requested this service, I have received this particular service, and they then certify and they upload these invoices in the system. If it is found that they did these certifications incorrectly and they participated in unethical conduct.
Yeah, no. All that process has been satisfied, and the determination that has been made is that the service was poor. Poor service, irregular appointment, can there be value for money? Please don't explain the process because I've got limited time.
Irregular expenditure is expenditure incurred in contravention to supply chain processes. The service provider renders the service. The end user certifies that the service was rendered. They upload the invoices. I'm saying if that certification was fraudulent, we need to get to the bottom of this. That is what I'm saying.
But I'm not getting a direct response. I mean, a determination has been made that the service was poor.
The determination test confirmed that this contract was awarded in contravention with supply chain processes and thereby making it irregular, an irregular award.
Okay, then the EFF national shutdown took 1 day. The July unrest took almost a month, if my memory serves me well. And the amount spent in the July unrest was 900 and something million. So my mathematics is failing me in that regard. Does that make sense that a shutdown that took 1 day cost 400 and something million, and the unrest, which took almost a month, cost 900 and something million? Maybe there's something wrong with my mathematics.
These are the cost of public order duties that we perform in this country. So these are some of the, sometimes we call them diversions, where our resources are diverted to go deal with such public order.
No, but maybe my question is the curation not impactful? The curation of the service, or the curation of the, in this context, of the national shutdown, does it not have an impact that this one was 1 day and therefore the cost can't reach a certain amount?
Chair, I rely on the operational environment they would have applied their minds, they would have done a threat assessment, and they would have come to a conclusion to say the security plan
Okay, so
must be executed
so
in
it
this
makes
fashion,
sense- it
and
makes-
it must be supported with this kind
So
of
it
resources.
makes sense to you, CFO, that the shutdown, the national shutdown of the EFF cost 400 and something million, and it took only 1 day, whereas the July unrest took almost a month, but it cost 900 and something million. So that makes sense according to you.
Chair, as I indicated, the operational environments will be best suited to deal with this. The July unrest, my understanding would be, it was more prevalent in a bit of more than one province, and you needed to then support those provinces with additional manpower in this regard. And when you then deploy
May
additional...
you please stop speaking. Honorable Skosan. Thank you, Chair. CFO, do you still remember, you know why we are so inquisitive about this matter? Do you still remember that we had an issue with PPEs? Do you still remember that?
Yes.
We had an irregular expenditure of 1.6 billion at SAPS. Do you remember that?
There was an issue on PPEs, Chair.
CFO, I'm putting figures. 1.6 billion irregular expenditure, which was found at South African Police Service. Do you agree with me on that?
Chair, I cannot recall the figure from the top of my head, but I do know that there was an issue of irregular expenditure surrounding the PPEs.
And do you still remember that there were some verbal approvals of millions of rands during the COVID period? Do you remember that?
Verbal approvals from who, Chair?
I'm talking about, I'm talking about SAPS here. And remember, we are the CFO. Now, I'm saying all these monies which were paid, I don't want to name companies because it would be like I'm starting afresh. I'm just saying to you that our concern as members of of the taxpayers' money, it's not something personal. Hence, I'm reminding you that that is not the first time. It's not only about this Kate Matlala's tender, which invokes all what I'm talking about now, to say, under your watch, there was this issue of PPEs, which it was found by the AG, no, not me, that it was irregular. So what I'm asking you, do you agree? And I said to you that the issue as well was that some of these tenders, there was verbal agreement.
Chair, at the time
Verbal
of procurement surrounding the PPEs, I did not participate in those committees, as I have indicated, Chair. I have indicated that there is a culture in the organization that we must deal with to ensure that there's real consequences so that it serves as a deterrent. But during the era where procurement was made in terms of PPEs, I did not serve in any of the structure that
No, I understand
anyone
that.
verbal authorization and so
I
on and so
understand
on.
that, CFO.
My understanding, Chair, is that investigations have been made and there have been relevant reportings. I did not participate and I did not give
but CFO.
anyone verbal authorization in this.
But CFO, have you paid for all those invoices? Who paid the invoices?
The invoices, as I indicated, there's a policy that governs the payment of service providers. At the end, if the end user has certified that I've received services and they load those invoices, we then, at the end of the value chain, it is my office that will then release those
CFO,
payments.
With due respect, at the end of the day, if you are not concerned about what I'm talking about, you are going to pay invoices
which people did not even work for. Ghost, what they call them, ghost invoices, because of what they send to you. If you don't satisfy yourself that those invoices are proper.
Chair, SAPS is a national department. It has a policy, and that policy provides for necessary safeguards.
Yeah, but
And we have the necessary
wait,
safeguard
CFO,
in
let me end by saying to you.
All of you is now me speaking now. You stop speaking. Next, Honorable Sangon.
The benevolent is gone. The benevolent is gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. CFO, you know, you've really spent a lot of time explaining to us the reporting lines, explaining to us the policies. We get it. We honestly get it. And I want to repeat what I said to you, that we're not trying to get you. Ne? But why is it that when it comes to areas that you should be accountable for, and I was looking at your statement where you list your responsibilities, and this is what I'm following up on the national shutdown, you don't know, it's operational decisions. What role do you play except for just signing off the money? On the issue of procurement, you don't know, it's somebody else. So what you do is sign off the money. Is the money safe then, CFO, if you don't apply?
It is very safe,
Can I finish,
Chair.
CFO, if you don't mind? Sorry. So that's the question, and I don't want to come back again. I want for you to just clarify on the issue that Honorable Shongwe was raising on overtime. You approved 1st of April to July 2025, 13.2 million rand for overtime for a period of 3 months, right?
For this year.
For the PKTT for 3 months. Where is through the thinking on that? Those are my only 2 questions. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I do not approve. I am requested to
Sorry,
confirm.
you recommended. Can
I
you
am
tell us why you
requested-
recommended? I don't want us to quibble on words. Please, CFO, thanks.
I am requested to confirm if funds are available when those funding requests come to my table. The final approval is done by the accounting officer. Having taken into account the decisions in terms of operations and the plans and the threats, as well as those operational discussions that would have taken place. The submission comes to me to confirm if funds are available. And Chair, and the committee, I can give you comfort that the SAPS funding is safe. To this end, we have not incurred any unauthorized expenditure. There are necessary safeguards. The problem comes in when individual officials go out of their way to then override controls and engage themselves in a wrong behavior. When we pick up that there is deliberate override of controls, of course, we do take the necessary steps in this regard.
Sorry, DDG. So are you saying to us, your only responsibility is to say, yes, there's money, no, there's no money. As a DDG, sorry, Lieutenant General, you don't apply yourself beyond the fact that there's money, there's no money?
I do, Chair. That is why I would raise those concerns with the line managers. That is why I will have conversations with the National Commissioner. That is why during executive meetings or BOC, I would raise this and point out the cost pressures so that management can take note. That is why we would have a containment policy. That is why we would have internal controls that we put in place. I do not just rubber stamp in this particular regard. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. In future, please, man, make sure that you fund MK disturbance as much as you fund EFF disturbance. Now they're fighting here, wanting to know why you funded these ones small when you funded those ones big. Thank you.
I still stand by that commitment that the meeting must happen. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, honorable members, we have the last 4 speakers. Honorable Mngango.
Thank you. Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine actually has to do with the 360 million rand tender. The first question is that when the general actually, in fact, in her testimony, she said that as CFO, she only comes into the picture at the last leg of the process of the tender to do payment. But now the people who actually initiate this tender process, do they actually consult you whether there is still money in the kitty for them to do what they want to do? Number two, I am actually not very happy with the standard procedure with which you actually do business with people out there. I don't think that you actually do due diligence in terms of actually knowing and investigating the background check. You do a background check of the people or potential people you want to do business with. Because otherwise, Mr. Nhlanhla would not have actually won this tender if the police were actually doing due diligence in terms of background check. You know, right now you ended up with egg on your face because Mr. Nhlanhla is here. He's a resident of this institution because he's a criminal. But the police went all the way out to actually grant him a tender for 360 million rand. How are you going to defend yourself when people start saying the police actually is captured by criminals because they are benefiting tenders from you?
Okay. Chair, if I may start with the first question. Annually, after we receive our annual allocation from National Treasury, we then embark on a process where we will then do what we call an internal apportioning, where we'll distribute through an approved methodology allocation of budgets to processes, to divisions in this particular regard. And the health risk manager is a service that is there in SAPS. It is budgeted for. I think annually the budget is around 120 million in this particular regard. When it comes to the issues of checking background, I heard from the evidence that was led by General Fani to say the process needs improvement. In terms of this particular contract, the background check was not done, and it's something that should be a lesson that should be incorporated and improved in our processes to say this must be a must, it must not be optional. Thanks, Chair.
I still have time. Because if I still had time...
That is the last question you are asking.
Well, my last question would actually be to actually understand what actually prompted the National Commissioner to investigate this particular tender to a point where he deployed your internal audit, a structure within your department to investigate this. What prompted him to actually do so?
Other evidence that have been led is that time during December, the executive authority called the National Commissioner together with supply chain management and others, I believe legal services was there, due to the negative media coverage that the department was receiving in terms of this tender, and instructed that this must be investigated. The National Commissioner subsequently appointed a team of internal auditors together with the risk management to then conduct that investigation. The report came out, the preliminary report that indicated possible irregularities, and a final report was issued with recommendations that the accounting officer must consider cancelling this court. Mr. Chair.
Honorable Solis.
General, the fact that this contract was awarded to Mr. Nhlanhla, is this proof that SAPS has been infiltrated by criminals?
Chair, I can't comment on that. General Fani led evidence to indicate that at the time when they conducted the award, background was not done and there was nothing in front of the BAC to determine that indeed the owner of the contract was a criminal. So, Chair, I can't vouch to say SAPS is captured. I'm saying those that are responsible for wrongdoing in SAPS must be held to account at any level, without any fear or favor. If anyone engages themselves with criminals and capture SAPS and corruption, the law must take its course without any fear or favor. Thanks, Chair.
I agree. You testified earlier that the minister had to speak to you directly and he didn't speak to you. You were not called by the minister. That's the words that you used. In terms of protocol and the chain of command, must the minister call you or your accounting officer, which is the national commissioner?
Chair, I report directly to the accounting officer. There is nothing that prevents the minister can speak to all of us as executives, as long as the decisions and instructions would be known and such meetings would have been authorized by the accounting officer. But in terms of protocol, most of us report to the accounting officer. Sometimes if we are then called, we will alert the accounting officer to say, there is this briefing, am I allowed to then attend this briefing, and it will be given. But there's nothing stopping the minister from engaging with officials in the department.
Sorry, General. So your answer is he's not required to call you, he must call the national commissioner.
There is nothing stopping the minister from engaging with us in the department.
But he wasn't wrong in not calling you.
Sorry?
He was not wrong in not calling you, but he called the national commissioner.
When, Chair?
All the meetings before us was with the national commissioner. And
It will depend on what is being discussed in that particular meeting. I am saying in the meetings that dealt with the issues of the disbandment and so on and so on, I was not part of that because I was not invited. Obviously, the National Commissioner would have identified the relevant role players.
But it is the National Commissioner in protocol that the minister should be calling for a report.
There is nothing that prevents the
Okay,
minister.
just on that, before we go to there's nothing that prevents him, but what's the answer in what protocol? Must he call you or must he call the National Commissioner?
The minister can call any official.
But who, in terms of protocol, who must he call?
The minister normally engages at the level of the accounting officer.
Which is?
The National Commission.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? General, 368 million spent on a one-day shutdown. Do you realize how many vehicles and printers and cell phones that money could have bought for police stations in vulnerable communities? How do you justify 368 million? What was the risk grading of the shutdown? And how long did it take you to approve this? That's my one question. My second question, you also have the January 8th state that was held earlier this year in Western Cape. General Sibia came here and he told us that the entire SAPS top brass descended on the Western Cape. And he told this committee is normal practice. It happens every year. Now I want to ask you, how much did it cost SAPS to have the entire top brass here for the ANC January 8th statement? Because that involves accommodation, that involves flights, and how do you justify? Please don't tell me you don't have an amount for January 8th, because that was yesterday. Thank you.
Chair, in terms of the evidence from General Sibia, Chair, I cannot vouch for that because I did not go to January 8th. So it might be incorrect that the entire executive management or management of SAPS went to the January 8th. I did not attend the January 8th in this particular regard. In terms of the risks, as I indicated, Chair, one of our responsibilities is to ensure that there is public order. We protect the safety of the inhabitants of this country as well as their properties. There would have been a proper security plan that would have informed the level of resources to police such down, and a request for us to support the work that would have been done by the operational environment would have been submitted in this particular regard. I do not believe that SAPS leadership would wake up and decide to then deal with things that they would
You're
have.
not answering my question. What was the risk rating?
I cannot recall, Chair, in terms of the security plan that was there, that in terms of the risk grading, I cannot
What
recall
risk
such.
grading will justify 368 million?
I believe a high risk.
Excuse me?
High risk.
High risk,
Yes.
which is what?
Sorry, Chair.
High risk in terms of what? Because you said you allocated this budget to support the one-day
High
shutdown.
risk in
So if
terms
it's a
of-
high-risk event, what do you mean it's a high risk?
In terms of ensuring that there is public order and the properties as well as the safety as well as order where these
So you were
unrest will
protecting
take
properties?
place. Chair, there is a security plan led by the operatives. I normally do not have sight to that particular security plan, and we trust that plans as well as discussions as well as
My time is almost up. How much did you spend on the
It is
January
not
8th
almost,
statement?
it is up.
How much did you spend on the January
Honourable
8th
Nhlanhla.
statement?
Okay, thank you.
No, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. It is not me here. I must tell the people who were not part of our meeting during the break. I was instructed by these committee members to come and enforce 15 minutes on each one of them. So I was showing them the effect of their decision. And if there is anyone who has a problem, it was their decisions. You know, by my own standards, I'm a very benevolent chairperson. But when members say strictly 15 minutes, I enforce it, and I did that. And thank you very much, honorable members. SC, we want to thank you so much. What are your comments?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. Thank you, especially to my colleague, Sikalala. I think she did a great job today. Thank you. Okay, you don't want to hear me. Is that mic not working? Can you hear me, Chair? Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Thank you, General Dimpane.
Thank you.
And I want to thank especially my colleague, Ms. Sikalala. I think she did an excellent job today in terms of leading witness and making it possible for the committee to explore some further important aspects of the supply chain management procurement procedures. Very problematic. One weak link in the chain, and that's it, whether it's 350 million or 35 million or 3.5 million. We really need to check up our processes. But thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Zikalala, do you have anything you want to say?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Let me thank you so much. When we gave you an opportunity last week to lead evidence, you did not disappoint us. You brought back to the game. And today you continued with same form, more than that, showing prowess and exuberance. So we want to thank you so much, so much for that. That is how people make use of the opportunities when they are given to them, and you have demonstrated that women can do it. Lieutenant General Dimpane, kwa Limpopo ba re ngwana o sa rate pa ka bogaleng. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, you must put the palm of your hand on the sharp edge of the knife. I don't have any question that I must ask you. I think the questions that the honorable members have asked you are adequate. You have been the CFO of this department. You know the period that you have been appointed up to now. I can only advise you to go back and look at the things that could have been done differently during your tenure as the CFO, so that when you move forward or in your upward mobility, they must not disable your movement. That is the only advice I can give. The rest is for you to decide what you do. When you are appointed to a position of leadership, there is only one choice that you must make. The choice to lead, because appointment itself is not sufficient. You must make the choice to lead. The women of this country and other women who may be occupying similar positions at senior management of the SAPS, you must be exemplary to many other women of this country that you are not appointed to this position simply because you are women. You have been appointed to these positions because you qualify those appointments. And if you can't perform in an appointment that has
to clean after themselves. That's a big problem. Environmental cleanness is next to godliness.
Yeah, no.
Cleanness is next to godliness.
They will be here tomorrow. The first thing we do when we start the meeting,
They made the prison dirty.
Yeah. Honorable Honorable
Chair,
Skwasana,
you have
may you
not
please,
attended-
I know you don't have eyes at the back.
Attend the complaint we have on DA sleeping at work last night, Chair. We finished the meeting at 11, they were sleeping. Please attend to it, Chair.
Yeah, no, I agree that the meeting finished at ungodly hours. Honorable members, the staff of Parliament, General Dimpane, members of the media and the South African public, we have unfortunately come to the end of today's proceedings. Let's meet here, Tshwane, tomorrow, 11 o'clock.